Please be seated. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of Medway Full Council. As usual, this meeting is being live streamed via the Council website, and I would like to welcome everyone who is watching online, as well as everyone present here tonight. Medway Interfaith Action are supporting the Mayoralty this year and Imam Ifran Patel of the Muslim faith will now say prayers.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I will be starting my prayers by recitation of the opening chapter of the Holy Quran, and then I'll be doing a prayer for the community in English. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen. O Allah Almighty, have mercy upon us. O Allah Almighty, we are seeking forgiveness for the shortcomings we have committed. O God Almighty, keep us guided onto the straight path, the path of those who you love in our actions, deeds, and all our issues. O God Almighty, give us good health and protect us from all kind of illness. O God Almighty, grant us good characters and protect us from all kind of evil and bad behaviors. Protect us and our children from all kind of vice. O God Almighty, you protect us from all kind of calamities, all kind of difficulties and your displeasure. O God Almighty, those people who are suffering in the world, those people who are struggling in the world, O God Almighty, you remove them from those suffering and struggle. O God Almighty, accept our prayers. You are aware of our needs more than ourselves. Fulfill our needs and the needs of our families and communities. Amen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on with the agenda, apologies for absence. Councillor Pick, are there any apologies for absence for this meeting?
Apologies from Councillor Hubbard. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pick. Councillor Kemp, are there any apologies?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One apology, that's Councillor Filmer.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Councillor Sands, are there any apologies?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp?
Beg your pardon, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Etheridge is also unable to be here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on to declaration of interest. Are there any declaration of disclosable pecuniary interests or any other significant interests from members of the Council? Please clearly describe the nature of your interests if you do declare one. Any member? Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 3, which is record of meeting. Is it agreed that I signed the minutes of the meeting held on 17th of October 2024 as accurate record? Agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 4, Mayor's announcements. First of all, I want to say Happy New Year to everyone. It's an indeed new year, 2025, and I haven't seen many of you since. I would like to begin by sharing some sad news. We recently lost Ken Webber, a respected former councillor who served Gillingham from 1986 to 2007, both on the former Gillingham Borough Council and Medway Council. Ken also served as mayor in 2005 and 2006, and deputy mayor in 1999 and 2000. His funeral was held last month attended by both current and former members. On behalf of all of us, I extend our heartfelt condolences to Ken's family. I must also inform you of another loss. Councillor Hackwell's wife, Jackie, has sadly passed away. Jackie had worked for the council since 1998, most recently with the adult education team. Her colleagues are being supported during this difficult time. Jackie also served as a patient governor at Medway Maritime Hospital from 2018 to 2024. On behalf of all members, I offer my deepest condolences to Gary and his family during this time of sorrow. Now, I wanted to say a bit more about the December in Medway. We had a wonderful Christmas period, and I believe Vince will talk more about it during his report. But I wanted to take a moment to say a thank you to Councillor Gurung for collaborating with the mayor office to organize the first ever Dickens Parade of Mayors and Dignitaries. Unfortunately, the parade didn't take place due to the weather, as we all know, but it remains a fantastic idea to invite mayors from all over Kent to raise the profile of our borough. I sincerely hope that whoever becomes mayor next will consider bringing this idea to life. Promoting Medway should be a goal that we all share. As we move forward, I would like to tell you about some exciting upcoming events. First, we have the Mayor's Panto at the end of this month, a hilarious adaptation of Puss in Boots in the Osthaus Theatre in Rainham on 30th of January, which is next week. Anyone who wants to get tickets for that one, please contact my office. Following that, I will host a quiz in February in Medway Rugby Club on 21st of February. It will be really interesting evening, and I hope I see a lot of you there, maybe in teams. And finally, the highlight of this year will be the Mayor Annual Ball, which will take place on 11th of April. As you know, the Mayor's Ball is the biggest event for any mayor of the year, towards the end of the year, and it's also the biggest fundraiser. So I hope we can all come together and celebrate Medway at the time. Again, you can get tickets through my office. We're continuing to run our trial on how we conduct the meetings this evening. I will run through the changes as follows. Public questions will be extended from 30 minutes to 40 minutes with a reduction in the time allocations for the reader report from 35 to 30 minutes and the overview and scrutiny activity report from 25 to 20 minutes. Public questionnaires unable to attend this evening have been allowed to send a representative to read out their question, or I will put the question on their behalf. Only public questionnaires attending in person will be able to ask supplementary questions. The order of business have been changed as indicated in the agenda. In summary, we will take the agenda item on motions after public questions. Any information report or reports for noting will be the last agenda item. And finally, we limit the number of speakers per motion to the proposer, the seconder, plus up to 10% of each group, rounded up as follows. Labour and Cooperative Group, 3 people. Conservative Group, 2 members. Independent Group, 1. And independent members, 3. The same number of speakers will be allowed for each amendment to a motion. Because these are changes to the Council rules, I move that we suspend Council rules to facilitate these changes. Is that agreed? Please, can I remind members to speak clearly into the microphone to ensure people in the public gallery and watching the live stream online can hear properly, and can members ensure that written copies of any amendments are brought up to the top table first? I would also ask all members to only interrupt another member while they are speaking if there is a genuine point of order or point of personal explanation to be made. Finally, members are reminded of the time limits in place when they speak, which are 5 minutes for the proposer and 3 minutes for any other speakers. And I will be applying these limits strictly. Moving on to agenda item 5, leaders' announcements. May I call on the leader of the council to make any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. I have no announcements today, and I associate with your comments earlier on this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Moving on to agenda item 6, which is petitions. Are there any members of the public wish to hand in a petition? If so, please come straight to the microphone and read out the title of the petition. Please, could I ask that you highlight the name of the lead petitioner on the petition and leave the petition on the table for collection. Guess we don't have anyone. Will any councillors now indicate if they wish to hand in a petition? Please note that any member should leave their petition on the table, and Democratic Services staff will collect it at the end of the meeting. No, we don't have any petitions. So we're moving on to agenda item 7, public questions. We have 40 minutes to deal with 12 public questions on the agenda. We have given an undertaking that people will be able to read out their questions, so I will shortly call the questions out in order printed on the agenda. Public questionnaires unable to attend this evening have been allowed to send a representative to read out their question, or the question will be put by me on their behalf. Only public questionnaires attending in person will be able to ask supplementary questions. Please, would those who are asking questions come to the microphone at the front of the public gallery, and may I remind those who are called upon to answer questions that answers must not exceed 3 minutes. I would like to advise public questionnaires that they may each ask one short supplementary question, which should be a concise question. Long preambles and statements will not be permitted. Members' answer to supplementary questions may not exceed 3 minutes. If there are still any questions not dealt with in this evening, they will receive written responses instead. May I now call the first questionnaire. Peter Škuda, please come up to ask your question. Not present. As written, Councillor Werburgh, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. I thank Mr Scudder for his question. The position is the Council granted a licence to occupy for a specific period of time. The occupants failed to leave at the end of the period, which has resulted in the Council taking legal proceedings to recover the possession of the site. The court has set a final hearing date for trial of the 19th to the 21st of February 2025, and the land remains in the ownership of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Werburgh. Robert Wyatt, please come up to ask your question.
Could the portfolio holder for community safety, highways and enforcement Please give an update on the Council's progress with pothole repairs to date, including information about any additional funding from the Government to tackle potholes.
Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Wyatt. In this financial year, the Highways team have repaired 4,800 potholes and carried out more than 2,385 highway inspections, and they will continue to be responsive to further reports of defects and work to ensure all inspections are carried out in time. The additional funding from the Department for Transport for potholes this year was £401,000 of Network North funding, which was diverted from HS2. We understand there is no further HS2 funding at the end of this financial year. For 2025-26, £1.289 million has been allocated from the Department for Transport for road maintenance, which includes resurfacing work.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Robert, would you like to ask a short supplementary question? Yes, that's no. Thank you. Caroline Hart, please come up to ask your question.
Could the Leader of the Council give an update on what is being done to support those who may need additional assistance but might slip through the net following the government's decision to means test winter fuel allowance?
Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the question. This council has undertaken a range of activities planned to encourage not only the take-up of pension credit, but also to highlight the wide range of support available to Medway's pensioners. Through our cost of living crisis response, the council has purchased a tool called the Low Income Family Tracker, otherwise known as LIFT. And this has been used to identify Medway residents in receipt of housing benefit and council tax reduction who may be entitled to claim pension credit as well. These 440 residents were sent a letter directly by Councillor Murray as portfolio holder for adult social care to explain how to claim pension credit and outlines the support that our financial welfare team can provide. We hosted an event at the Pentagon Centre on the 21st of October. Whilst the primary focus of that event was about maximising pension credit take-up, we used this opportunity to invite other council services and key partners to show the wide variety of support available to Medway pensioners. We had a range of partners from the DWP, MVA, Age UK, Carers First, Imago and Southern Water, alongside our own benefits and welfare team, housing services, public health, Medway Integrated Community Equipment Services and Medway Adult Education. Our award-winning benefits and financial welfare team have been attending community events and accepting specific invites to events where pensioners are present. This has included events with Nashaba Khan MP, attendance at Medway Matters Live, visits to church groups, pensioner luncheons and prominent community spaces such as the Net in Walderslade. These events have all been very well received and have enabled officers to have those direct communications with our residents. Towards the end of December 2024, we identified approximately 1,600 pensioners in Medway who are not eligible for pension credit but are in receipt of housing benefit or council tax reduction scheme. Each household received a payment of £200. They were informed of that from a joint letter from myself and Councillor Murray. This was funded through the government's Household Support Fund. As of January the 14th, over 90% of those payments have been claimed through our safe and secure post office payout system. We'll continue to operate the Household Support Fund throughout the winter with over £1 million allocated to support all residents in financial hardship, including support with energy costs. And of course, officers will continue to identify and engage positively with pensioners who require additional support this winter.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. I guess no supplementary question. Caroline, would you like to ask a supplementary question? Thank you. Next questioner, Lyubov Nestorova, please come up to ask your question.
Good evening, everyone. My question is, what is the council doing in terms of improving Gillingham High Street, please?
Thank you. Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you very much indeed for the question. We're really pleased this administration is getting on with working on some exciting plans to continue to rejuvenate and regenerate Gillingham Town Centre. With the National High Streets Task Force, officers worked with that team and further external stakeholders last year to address the challenges facing Gillingham High Street. This programme has identified key areas of focus and actions for supporting the regeneration of the town centre. We have continued with the Gillingham Town Centre Task Force, chaired by the MP for Gillingham and Rainham, Nashaba Khan. This task force has created with senior council officers, partner agencies and key businesses to discuss the issues of the town centre and work on the actioning of some of those key priorities for Gillingham High Street. The task force meets bi-monthly and partners will continue to meet regularly to help ensure the town centre is a better place for everyone, from residents and visitors to businesses and our young people. Some successes of the task force have been refurbishment of the new lamp columns, the repainting of the town centre benches, and the very successful Love Gillingham event. And already a plan is in place to be bringing forward the second Love Gillingham event for July this year. And of course, we've created the co-creation community panel. The first panel took place in autumn as part of our ongoing regeneration work to transform the town centre. This programme is being run by Design South East and BPTW, who were commissioned by our council to deliver a co-creation project with Gillingham's residents and businesses. The workshop included 40 panel members, including residents and individuals who work in Gillingham. The panel discussed opportunities to improve the high street and looked at what the most challenging issues currently are, and that's things around safety, cleanliness and green spaces. Together, the panel will help shape the future of Gillingham Town Centre, making it a better place to live, work, learn and visit for years to come. There is a huge amount of enthusiasm and support for Gillingham amongst the businesses and its community. It has felt like it has been left behind by the previous administration, and they can see clearly a differential between the previous 20 years and the last 18 months. The final workshop is coming up on Saturday the 1st of February, where the community panel will develop a Gillingham Town Centre action plan that will identify a clear vision with projects for the transformation of that critical area over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Lubov, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Do you think all of this is easier to achieve working with the Labour MP and the Labour government?
Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed for that very helpful supplementary question. I'm tempted to give a one-word answer, which of course is yes. But I'll make the direct reference. I mean, of course, I'm incredibly proud of what all three of our brilliant Medway Labour MPs are doing in Parliament. But in particular, let's look at what's happened in this council chamber. It was this Labour administration, when we were in opposition, who said there should have been two bids for the Future High Streets Fund, one for Gillingham and one for Chatham. The Conservative administration refused to do that, only putting forward Chatham. We prioritise those areas that need that support. So from that perspective, I'm really pleased to be working with a government that recognises a council who's trying to put right the wrongs that have been in place for the last 20 years. It's not simple, it's not straightforward, but what is clear is an absolute determination, not of an MP or councillors, but the people of Gillingham to work with us to make their community the very best. And I hope whoever they elect on February the 6th will be part of that journey as well.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your great answer. Sultana Bati, please come up to ask your question.
Hello. I have been made aware that a ceasefire motion continues to be opposed within the Labour group. The International Court of Justice found that there was a plausible case of genocide as far back as January last year, and the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for key Israeli individuals, including the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. in November. These rulings were not made lightly and indicate grave breaches of international humanitarian law. The Medway Palestine Solidarity Campaign has consistently lobbied the Council to call for a ceasefire, the banning of arms licenses with Israel, and for international law to be upheld. Can the leader please ask why Medway Labour continues to oppose any ceasefire motion being accepted onto the agenda at council meetings, particularly as other councils, such as Manchester and Maidstone, have passed their own motions and continue to do so? And can I just say that I am a member, I am a resident of Medway for over 50 years, and this topic has really motivated me to ask this question in the council. I really feel this is the moral question of our time, and history will be your judge.
Thank you. Councillor Maple, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you very much indeed for your question. I want to start by welcoming, I'm sure on behalf of all 59 councils, the progress we've seen internationally over the last few days, something which every councillor and frankly every resident of Medway will welcome. For those who have looked at the agenda tonight, and I appreciate at the time of submitting the question, the agenda wouldn't have been made public, there is a motion on that issue tonight. I recognise that's on there. That is absolutely the right of any councillor to suggest a motion. However, we have clear rules which were brought in actually during the COVID pandemic to limit the number of motions that can be brought forward by political groups. As you will see on the agenda tonight, there is only one motion from each of the three political groups. It will be for their internal matters to decide that process. I can't speak for the independent and conservative groups, but this group has a democratic process of doing that. Every motion that's put onto the agenda in the name of the Labour and Cooperative Group is done through a democratic process, as is a motion tonight thanking hard-working staff in Strood for the role that they played over Christmas.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Sultana, would you like to ask a short supplementary question?
No, I wouldn't, thank you.
Thank you. Sabur Ahmed, please come up to ask your question. I'm going to put it on his behalf as written. Councillor Patterson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can understand why it might be difficult for Mr. Ahmed to take time out of what must be a very busy schedule as an election candidate to ask a question at full council. After 14 years of neglect by an absent, self-promoting MP and more than 20 years of inaction by a disinterested Tory council administration, it would certainly have been a novelty to hear Conservatives claim to be speaking up on behalf of Gillingham residents. Sadly, the numbers quoted in the question do not add up, much like the Conservative budgets which have left homeowners paying hundreds of pounds more in monthly mortgage costs, which have a far more profound impact on the cost of living than a few pence more in parking charges. I would urge Mr. Ahmed and his team to do their sums again, perhaps armed with a calculator this time. However, it would appear to be too late to withdraw the erroneous election communications that his team is posting through doors in Gillingham South containing this falsehood. Despite the poor arithmetic within it, I will address the spirit of the question. Medway's parking permits are currently significantly low in cost compared to neighbouring authorities in Kent. A resident permit currently costs £33 per annum. That equates to a little over 60 pence per week, or 9 pence per day. These extremely modest charges reflect the fact that operating these schemes to protect parking spaces for Gillingham residents brings with it operational and delivery costs, and it would be unfair to expect other council taxpayers who do not benefit from the schemes to bear the cost of subsidising them. Regarding parking charges, a piece of work was carried out recently around town centre parking in Medway, which, despite anecdotal claims from some individuals, actually showed the number of car park transactions were consistent with previous years and therefore unlikely to be the reason for any perceived impact on business. We heard from the leader a few moments ago about the new energy that this administration has injected into the regeneration of Gillingham Town Centre after those decades of Tory failure. And I would pay particular tribute to the Sharba Khan MP and our former ward colleagues for their support of the Love Gillingham initiative, which culminated in a fantastic positive event in September last year, which brought the whole community together. Talking Gillingham down is all too easy. The hard work is in building it up, and that is what this administration is doing in partnership with the people of Gillingham.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Trish Marchant, please come up to ask your question.
Thank you. Will the leader advise if, as part of the devolution changes, there is any intention to revise the election process to a fairer voting system which would be proportionate to voters' wishes, so that the electorate across the new unitary authority will be represented equally, noting that at the 23 locals, Labour took control of the council with just 10% of the available vote?
Thank you. Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you very much for the question. Obviously, the rules regarding election processes is a matter for government. I take a view which I'm happy to share. I'm happy to share many views tonight, and I'll share my view on this. On the issue of the directly elected mayor, I believe we should return to the second preference voting that we had for mayoral votes, and indeed our own Kent and Police and Crime Commissioner until the most recent vote. I think that is a way of ensuring a stronger mandate for that individual woman or man when they are elected. I think if you have I don't share views actually with many of my own party on the issue of proportional representation generally. I think most people support and understand and respect the first past the post system. I think it will be for all people involved in elections, and there are many people involved in elections in this council chamber tonight, to encourage and inspire people to go and vote. That is part of the reason, and we'll talk about this a lot more on the main agenda item around the devolution paper. So I do support a second preference vote for the mayor, but I would retain the current system we have for electing unitary authority councillors, as we have done repeatedly in Medway for more than a quarter of a century, that I would seek to continue that. Of course, we will have two sets of public consultation. Again, we'll talk about that more later on. So any individual or indeed political party, resident group, parish council, council group, or anybody else will absolutely be entitled to make their submissions initially on the mayoralty, but of course further down the line on local government reorganisation.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Trish, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please. So, does Councillor Maple not think that there will be greater engagement with the electorate if there was proportional representation or a fairer voting system, as it would encourage more people to vote if they knew that their vote actually would be counted and they would have representation in some form on the council, especially considering the lack of consultation so far and public awareness around the upcoming potential merger with Dartford and Gravesham?
Thank you, Councillor Maple.
Thank you. Well, I take a different view on the map. Let me say that right at the start. I think there's different maps, and whether it's Dartford, Gravesham, Swale, or anybody else, time will tell. And ultimately, it will be for the 1.9 million residents of our region to share their views on that. Of course, I want to inspire people to vote. I want people to go out and vote on February the 6th. I know which three candidates I'd be voting for. Other candidates are available. And of course, all of the political parties could look at the percentage of votes. We took control of the council on 10%. I wonder how much percentage the Conservatives, the Lib Dems, or even the Greens got in that election if we stood here with 10% of the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Onyx Rist, please come up to ask your question.
Mr. Mayor.
As written, Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. I refer the questioner to my response to question 7D. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Matthew Broadley, please come up to ask your question.
Hello, I'm Matthew. On November 30th, a council leader addressed the Kent Association of Local Councils and spoke about the democratic deficit that the UK has in local government, particularly when compared to the rest of the world and Europe. This council leader stated that should Kent switch to wider unitary authorities, this would not only exacerbate this democratic deficit, but would also reduce the democratic accountability of the system. The English Devolution white paper is set to almost double the existing democratic deficit, with the resident-to-councillor ratio in Medway expected to increase from approximately 3,500 to over 6,000. Can you please confirm, Vince, who it was that made those representations to the Kent Association of Local Councils?
Councillor Maple.
I'm very happy to confirm that the former council leader that raised this issue is the former council leader of Swale Borough Council, Andrew Bowles. I was very pleased to answer his question when he posed it to me in a wide-ranging conversation at the Kent Association for Local Councils AGM.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Broadly, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, that isn't what I've been told, and I think the people here have an idea of who it might have
please,
been.
Just a supplementary question without preambles.
Labour are taking the local out of our local democracy and imposing a...
Please, just a short question, not a preamble.
The mic back. Okay, just to be clear, this is the second time that Labour have cut my mic when trying to ask a supplementary question. There's a pattern of behaviour here that needs to be addressed.
Excuse me.
Anyway,
I will
ask my supplementary question now that I have the mic back. Given that the main decisions have already been made behind closed doors, how can the residents of Medway and Kent take this local democracy review seriously and feel that their voices will be heard?
Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestor. For the avoidance of doubt, I have a mobile phone, a microphone, a laptop. I don't have a magic button. So from my perspective, I'm very clear. Very few decisions have been taken yet, actually, contrary to popular belief. The death of democracy has been somewhat overinflated, in my view. I know some people have used that phrase. Look, we're in a very clear situation. We know in this council chamber, unitary authorities work. Why do we know that? Because we've had a quarter of a century plus. Do I agree with every decision that's been made here? Of course I don't. That's democracy. But fundamentally, the one thing I've never had to do when someone's called me has gone, actually, I'm not your councillor, you need to speak to the other councillor. That happens in every other part of Kent. So actually, I think this form of democracy works. On the issue of the mayoralty, there will be a public consultation. I would encourage Mr. Broadley, anybody else who wishes to speak to that, to make their contribution heard. That will be considered carefully. We don't know yet when that will be. It may be in a couple of months' time if we're on the Priority Place programme. But we don't know that yet. We'll find that out before the end of this month. So absolutely, rest assured, this council will do everything it can to make sure that all people play their part, if they choose to. You can't force people to take part, in my view, but we can make it as easy and straightforward as possible. We've taken a collaborative approach with that. You know, if these doors are behind closed doors conversations, you might want to speak to Jim Martin and Stuart Jeffrey about those closed doors. They were behind those doors as well. So from my perspective, I'm very clear. We'll work with everybody, as we have done. I will personally work with everybody, whether they wear a red rosette or any other colour rosette. I want the best deal, ultimately, in this conversation for 1.9 million people. So I'm really pleased to be proposing tonight a cross-party working group. That's the right thing to do. It was the right thing to do to have 14 council leaders write to the government to say, we want to make progress on this. So there's no doors. We're throwing the doors open. The doors are open here in Medway. We're ready to have those conversations, and I'd urge everybody to play their part as we move forward with this exciting but challenging process that we'll see over the next few years.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Doug Bray, please come up to ask your question.
Not present, Mr.
as written in the question 7J. Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
Thank you very much indeed, Mayor Nestorov, and thank you, Mr Bray, for your question. For the absolute avoidance of doubt, I have not requested a delay to any elections this year. In fact, the opposite. I wrote to the Secretary of State's Minister, Jim McMahon, who's been leading on this issue for Angela Rayner, to make it very clear that I don't believe it's appropriate for any councillor of any council, of any political persuasion, to have a 7-year term of office. I believe that is a possibility if the KCC elections and many other elections across the country are postponed with no clear indication as to when that council will cease to exist. In my letter, and I will publish my letter on my X feed as soon as I've finished this question, I'm very clear that when we get to 2027, my working assumption is that this council will cease to be in 2028, and therefore the shadow elections for the new authority that will look after the 285,000 residents will be in 2027. I therefore feel it would be acceptable at that point for a 1-year extension with the clear indication that this council is going to cease to exist. That is very different to the situation that a number of councils across the country find themselves in. It's a matter for those individual council leaders and cabinets as to the decisions they've taken and the representations they've made. But I'm very clear on that. And as I'll talk about later on, you know, I'm aware that a number of colleagues from across the chamber have shared that similar view with me around a 7-year term of office very specifically, not necessarily about KCC or any other specific council, just that broad principle. So I'm not going to say that there won't necessarily be a 1-year extension of the term of these existing councillors, because I think practically and pragmatically that's where we're going to end up. But I've made no request. I will seek the support of all councillors to do that when we get to that appropriate moment. But I haven't requested any delay of an election. We don't have any elections for the full council. We, of course, have 3 elections happening in February. And I look forward to the conversation we'll have later on this wider issue during the council agenda tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Brian Fowler, please come up to ask your question.
Mindful of the recent decision to grant a premises licence to an off-licence in a designated cumulative impact area, this was, of course, Gillingham Town Centre, what assurances can you give to the public health team, the police and the public that Medway Council still supports the cumulative impact policy?
Councillor Murray.
Thank you for your question, Mr Fowler, and it's an important one. I can't comment on the specific case because it's subject to an appeal, but you're right to seek reassurance. It's very important that all parts of the council understand and support the objectives of the cumulative impact area, in line with our commitment to prevent poor health, tackle health inequalities, and provide opportunities for all residents to improve their health. The Licensing Committee, under Councillor MacDonald's leadership, are determined to play their part in supporting the cumulative impact area, and the committee are in the process of setting up a working group to ensure that the Licensing Committee are fully informed about the cumulative impact area's purposes and reach, as well as exploring how best to reflect these in licensing policy and decisions. This work will also involve police and other partners you've mentioned.
Thank you, Councillor Murray.
Thank you for the answer, which is reassuring. So going forward, how will you ensure that the locally produced policy continues to be operated in future, especially as it appears from papers on devolution, which we're going to be discussing later on, suggests that Medway councillors, all of you, have already made your minds up that we do not want a unitary authority to continue in existence?
Councillor Murray.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr Fowler, you've been completely misinformed. On the contrary, we're expecting everyone else in Kent, and they already are, to look to us for leadership. We're very proud of the unitary authority. We think it's the most efficient and democratic form of local government, That will continue under the new mayoral authority. And of course, between now and then, our licensing committee and all of our staff will be working to deliver the very best that we can for Medway. So absolutely, you shouldn't worry. And I'm afraid there's an awful lot of misinformation about devolution, which is why Councillor Maple put it onto the council public agenda tonight, so that people have got an opportunity to hear what is actually going on.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Jeremy Spivey Stevenson, please come up to ask your question.
Thank you. Whilst I welcome the long overdue development of the site of the old Strood Civic Centre, I am alarmed to see no council housing being delivered as part of the development. We had the opportunity through the Medway Development Company to deliver a mixed housing development that could have included a proportion of council housing to accommodate some of those desperate families who have been on the council house waiting list, sometimes for years. With the fire sale of the Union Place car park and Temple Street car park, it appears we are missing opportunities to meet this housing demand. I can only assume that this is having a detrimental impact on the delivery of affordable social/council housing across Medway as profit becomes more important than meeting local housing demands. What measures are Medway Council taking to ensure that we do not miss these opportunities going forward?
Thank you. Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you very much for your question. The delivery of affordable homes is vital within schemes to provide for balanced communities, but also to help address the affordable housing crisis that exists in the country and here in Medway. In respect of the Civic Centre site, whilst the costs of developing this site due to dealing with land issues make it unviable to deliver affordable homes through the planning system, the Council will deliver the required affordable homes on this site outside of the planning process using grant funding. In terms of the Union Street car park, it is the intention of the Council to work with the purchaser to deliver much needed homes and affordable homes. Similarly, in relation to the Temple Street car park, the Council is working with the purchaser in relation to it forming part of a wider development to bring significant improvements to Strood Town Centre, which will include the provision of much needed affordable homes. Generally, it must be accepted, as you suggest, that there is a desperate need for much more affordable homes in Medway, but there is also a real issue currently with registered providers who are the usual leaders in the delivery of affordable homes, and their inability to deliver affordable homes in sufficient numbers through the planning process. In this respect, Medway Council, as the planning authority, is leading the way in the South East to find solutions wherever possible in partnership with developers, registered providers, the Council itself as an affordable providers, and Homes England to ensure the continued delivery of these much needed homes, often currently outside of the usual planning process.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Jeremy, would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, please. In respect, I think when we talk, and in this question I think I made it quite clear, when we talk about affordable housing, I'm specifically saying council housing. Does the councillor feel that Medway Council's ability to prioritise council housing is set back by the Labour government's growth at all costs mindset towards the economy?
Councillor Curry?
No, I don't think it is. I think we're doing the best on all fronts, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes our public questions. And we are moving on to next agenda item, motions. Motion A. Noting that Councillor Etheridge is absent from the meeting tonight, I'll call upon Councillor Warrants to propose the motion at item A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I know my colleague, Councillor Etheridge, is disappointed that he cannot be here tonight to move this motion, and I hope I can do it some justice. The government gives life to the cliche that the lunatics have overtaken the asylum to a present reality. The economic policies enacted by the Chancellor have created an economic downturn that will affect every corner of this country, and that includes Medway. But the real concern is that some of these policies are yet to take full effect. So let's deal with the facts. Growth has gone from an annualised 1.7% to zero. Analysts are openly talking about the UK being in a technical recession. Retail sales were down 0.3% in December. The pound has dropped dramatically as overseas investors dump the pound, and this will increase inflationary pressures. Business confidence has fallen off a cliff. Businesses have stopped hiring, with payroll count falling 58,000 in the last quarter of 24. The number of vacancies are falling. Compulsory insolvencies have leapt 14%. And whilst wage growth is outpacing inflation, business organisations are reporting that the massive increase in national insurance contributions will mean lower pay rises and job losses in the short to medium term. The interest that the government must pay on its debt has reached a 30-year high. Now, the more stupid Labour politicians will point to Liz Truss, of course, but following her departure, the economy continued to grow and unemployment fell. The government's profligate spending has created a 4-year high borrowing. There's been a dramatic increase in wealthy individuals leaving the country, which is very reminiscent of the 1970s capital flight. Sainsbury's have recently announced a 3,000 job reduction due in part to the increase in costs brought by the government's budget. Now, these economic issues are entirely self-inflicted because this government has decided that it will burden business and business owners with an additional 40 billion in taxes. Chancellor Reeves has shown herself to be incompetent, and no amount of gaslighting will change that position. The most pernicious of these tax rises have been the imposition of inheritance tax on farming and business assets. Farming is a low-margin, capital-intensive and marginal at best. With these changes, the government has effectively ushered in the end of family farming. Large corporates will move into this space with the danger of increased food insecurity and dependency on imported food. Every major supermarket is now supporting the farmers in their battle with the government. But it does not end there. The continuing obsession with the net zero is highly likely to lead to blackouts. Indeed, the UK has come close to running out of energy, as this month's freezing weather across the country has placed a huge burden on energy generation. The UK is now highly reliant on imported energy and having to call on expensive gas power stations held in reserve who are able to charge what they want to generate electricity for short periods. It is no wonder that the UK has the highest electricity prices in the Western world, having tripled since 2003. But of course, there have been beneficiaries from the stupidity of an economic policy that appears to have been designed in the complaints department of HBOS. Public sector workers have received no strings attached pay rises, and no doubt more unaffordable inflation-busting rises are coming to the public sector in 2025. For us Conservatives, we are now concerned about the Medway economy and the impact on the people who depend on their livelihoods on a robust, resilient and growing economy. The outlook is very uncertain. Hospitality is likely to be hit as this sector employs a large number of part-time staff whose salaries will now be subject to the lowering of the thresholds for paying employers' national insurance. Members may have seen that the pump room in the dockyard has closed their doors due to an increase of cost imposed on them by this government. And as the number of jobs contract, families are going to find it harder to pay their bills. Businesses that depend on discretionary spending will start to suffer, and interest rates are likely to stay higher for longer, and that means mortgage rates will also stay higher. There is an impact on the council as well, and for those people who rely on vital services, as the council tax will simply not go any further. Despite the best efforts of the former Councillor Osborne, you cannot be deaf to the constant unwelcome news on the economy. You can show you care about Medway's economy and Medway's people by voting for this motion. Mr Mayor, I move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Is that supported? Councillor Tijan, would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'd like to speak now, please, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I stand before you today, members, to express my unwavering support for motion A. This motion addresses the profound impact of the recent budget delivered by Labour Chancellor of the Exchequer, Richard Reeves, on October 30, 2024. This budget, the largest tax-raising measure since the Second World War, has placed an unprecedented burden on businesses, particularly those in our community. As alluded to by my learned colleague and friend, Councillor Lawrence, the 40 billion tax-raising measures, including the addition of inheritance tax to farmers, inflation-busting national minimum wage rises, national insurance increases, and higher capital gains tax liabilities, have created a perfect storm for our local economy. The national insurance rises alone will cost businesses more than £24 billion, a devastating blow to the charity sector and vulnerable residents who rely on our council services provided by the private sector. Each of these measures directly affect families living in Medway who have worked tirelessly to build businesses they hope to pass on to their loved ones. The impact of this budget has been a plunge in business confidence, a reversal in economic output, rising inflation, a decline in hiring rates. Medway's economy is heavily dependent on small and medium-sized enterprises, and it is crucial that this sector thrive for the future of our community and our economic well-being. For our farmers, this budget is especially galling. Farming is a capital-intensive industry with extremely low margins, and these measures will spell the end of family farming across the country. This will have far-reaching consequences for our nation's food security, biodiversity, and employment opportunities as farmers are forced to reduce investment. The Labour government has committed a shameful betrayal of working people and let down farmers by breaking their promise not to raise taxes or introduce family farm tax. This council must take a stand against these measures and advocate to increase and advocate for the interests of our community. Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. I now open the floor for debate. Any member? Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nesgrove. I think we need a little bit of a fact check to go on here. We've heard two speeches about the economy and businesses in general, with a little bit about farming right at the very end, and this motion is about farming. Let's get, all of us have to pay tax on our estates, and those of us are fortunate to have something to pass on to the next generation. Only if that's in excess of £500,000 do we have to actually pay any tax on that, which reduces that to about 4% of all inherited land, all inherited property and wealth. So there's a fact about inheritance there. For farmers and agricultural land and business owners, all are exempt, okay, since 1984. So that's just over a generation. So this hasn't been around for centuries with farming estates. And they had to pay tax and inheritance pre-1984. The new system will lead to tax being paid on farms of more than £1.5 million in value. If it's owned by a couple in a family, that rises to £3 million in value. Okay, so some facts in there. The more facts are that there are around 200,000 farms in England with an average size of 82 hectares, which makes them, most of them, exempt from the inheritance tax to start with. DEFRA estimates, and DEFRA is the government body responsible for this, that around 500 farms may have to pay. 54% of this group are owner-occupied, 31% are mixed tenant and owner-occupied, and 14% are tenanted. So the farmers on those, only a proportion of that 500 farms will actually end up having to pay any tax at all over a period of 10 years. Let us not forget that a farming business and our ability to produce food and protect the countryside has nothing to do with inheritance tax rules. DEFRA data shows that 30% of our farms at the moment are making losses. They are very tough businesses to be in at the moment, and that's not to do with inheritance. The rules right now they're struggling. Never mind anything that the government does in terms of inheritance. And the reasons for that are numerous and to do with the availability of access to supermarkets and competition with overseas imports. Let's not forget that under the EU, farming subsidies total £3.5 billion, and then in 2022-23, these were halved to £1.65 billion. The farmers aren't getting the subsidies they used to, and that's why they're struggling. Exempting a few wealthy landowners from inheritance tax does nothing to help our farming businesses.
Well done, Simon.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This motion refers to shameful betrayal by the Labour government and an oration by the Labour Chancellor. In her first speech, 3 days after taking office, Rachel Reeves said, and I quote, "I believe the promises that a party is elected on should be delivered on in government." She continued, and I quote, "We do not take lightly the trust of voters." Before the election, Labour promised to end the two-child benefit cap. Our 3 new MPs voted against it. The following day, Tristan Osborne tweeted saying, "Here's a list, here's where your kids can eat for free." It's pretty shameful, really, in my opinion. The biggest single attack on pensioners in a generation. That is what Labour called Theresa May's Conservative government plans to cut the winter fuel payments, warning it would cause more deaths. History will show it was Labour who mugged the pensioners for £300. Shameful. In her party conference speech, the Labour Chancellor extolled women, trailblazing women, women who worked hard all their life. And before the election, Labour promised to compensate the WASPy women. Promised. Not so long ago, Labour refused payouts against a recommendation from Parliamentary Watchdog. If that isn't a betrayal, tell me what is. And for those of you newly elected in 2023 and thinking of the future, I'll remind you something else Rachel Reeves said, and I quote, "Trust is hard-earned and easily squandered. Just ask the Conservatives."
Excuse me, point of order?
Yeah, a factual correction. Labour didn't promise to make either of those things good in the way that Councillor Spalding is saying. That is factually inaccurate.
Excuse me, please be quiet so we can hear the point of order.
Wasn't in the Labour
Please
manifesto.
be quiet while we listen to this. Thank you very much. Councillor Spalding, you may continue.
I am obliged, Mr Mayor. Rachel Reeves said, and I quote, "Trust is hard-earned and easily squandered. Just ask the Conservatives. They paid the price for their incompetence, their dishonesty and their rule-breaking." Yep, they did. So, Labour members opposite, when it comes to this motion, you're going to pay the price? You're going to squander that hard-earned trust? Are you one-term councillors? If any Labour member votes to amend this motion at all tonight, which is not going to happen, quickly picked up there, or votes against it, I'll say, Labour councillors, you were elected to look after the most vulnerable in society. Are you saying it's okay to betray women who worked hard for their pension? Is it fine that children remain in poverty? And is it perfectly acceptable for the oldest in our community to go without heating? Let me tell you, it's not okay, it's not fine, and it most definitely is not acceptable. Mr Mayor, I'm obliged.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Councillor Mayhew.
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov, and thank you, Councillor Tijan, for clarifying what the motion was. Up until then, I had no idea what motion we were actually on, according to what Councillor Lawrence was going on about. I think Tristan Osborne made an appearance. I don't know how, but well, this does seem to be one of the many motions or many interventions tonight which seem to struggle with out-of-date information already. It's already dated, or at least at the very least, some misapprehension. After a few weeks of some doom and gloom headlines about the budget, which was very fashionable when it was happening, the latest economic headlines are actually much, much more positive. And they are. No, they are. No, you can have a look. For the past 2-3 days, there has been an about turn on the headlines, and that actually does highlight you should actually just give it a while until the signals in the economy actually come through. And actually, I would have thought Councillor Lawrence would understand that at least. But Councillor Etheridge, in his motion, is indeed correct that the small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of economic activity in Medway. There's no doubt about that from anyone in this chamber, I'm sure. That's why my focus as the relevant portfolio holder for business is squarely on that sector. We have a truly wide array of engagements with local businesses in Medway, unlike that of other neighbouring districts or councils. That includes attending and working with the Kent and Medway Economic Partnership, with Business in Medway. That includes the Medway Business Meetup, supporting one-to-one advice sessions that are completely free with our business consultant, and many other group workshops, which I'm sure I'll go into a little bit more detail in further questions. With regards to farming and farmers specifically, though, I mean, Councillor Curry did kind of steal my thunder with all those facts, but I'm going to repeat them anyway because they're still true. They're an important part of our Medway community, and we remain engaged with them. Indeed, Councillor Curry will be having upcoming outreach with them, but let's be clear about what the government is actually proposing. Like everyone else, estates less than 325,000 are not taxed, and a further 175,000 relief is available if that part of the estate is being passed on to children or grandchildren. Takes it up to £500,000. In addition to this, for farms specifically, the first million of an estate is not taxed. And if it's jointly owned, that doubles to 3 million. So in practice, that's estimated that it will only affect 4% of estates, and then it will start at 40%, payable over 10 years, interest-free. And on top of that, there is no inheritance tax if the estate is gifted 7 years before death. And yes, while I agree the margins are small, to change that would be looking at wholesale practice of our supermarkets, which Councillor Curry rightfully looked over. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhew. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Office for Budget Responsibility, which Rachel Reeves should actually pay attention to, has said it's highly uncertain the increased tax on farmers would raise the £500 million a year claimed by this government. And it could take 20 years to get that income. Tesco, Aldi, Lidl, Asda, Morrison's and Sainsbury's are all now supporting our fantastic farmers against this misguided, ideological tax-generating proposal. At the same time as punishing British farmers, international farmers in Africa, Asia and South America are set to receive a share of £536 million of aid from this government. A poll carried out last November shows nearly 60% of the British public do not support these tax proposals. Public support and business support for this Labour government is collapsing by the week. Just look at the polls. This country only grows half of the food we eat. We rely on the rest of the world for the other half. This is a national food security risk, and we can't eat bricks. No farms, no food, no future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's just great to hear our colleagues across the floor talk down Britain again. They led it badly for years, and now they talk it down. And that goes for the independent group as well. It's very good that actually Councillor Pearce is quoting the Office of Budget Responsibility and how little tax this might actually generate. That just proves this is another storm in a teacup conversation. Farmers of St. Mary's Island, Councillor Chijan, I'm sure are really quaking in their boots about this one. Councillor Curry and I, and also Councillor Etheridge, actually have interactions with the local farmers when we sit on the internal drainage boards. None of them have given up their businesses, none of them are talking down Britain, but what they are doing and have had to do is to take on the supermarkets. This council has even supported fruit farmers to provide an alternative method of how they can sell their goods, simply because the supermarkets have screwed them over for years with the support of the previous government, and now late to the table because there are reduced subsidies, the supermarkets are having to play fair. But they're only doing that because it's in their interest. Don't try and tell me anything different. We've had these supermarkets growing so much, it is unreal. Councillor Mayhill is right about the small and medium businesses. They are thriving in some instances and hurting in others, but this council supports them. It's all right to have a rant, Councillor Spalding, about the whole lot of things that actually you don't have any control over, I don't have any control over. But this motion is just an absolute admission that you just want to talk the country down. Well done, Councillor Lawrence. Well done, Councillor Tijan. Well done, Councillor Spalding. And well done, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any other member? Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't intending to speak on this, but thank you. I just wanted to mention one thing, and this is a fact. I'm not going to make a political speech. It's been brought to my attention that there's a farmer in our area who's 90 years old, so she hasn't got much longer to go. Her son works the farm, and with the cost of farm machinery, which is eye-wateringly expensive, a combine harvester can cost the best part of £500,000. The cost of the house, their net value is well over £1 million. And he works hard and he makes a modest profit on the land they have. If he has to pay 40% of whatever the tax, inheritance tax, when his mother finally dies, and with all due respect, it's likely to be within the next 7 years, it may not be, but we can't assume, they have to sell part of that land. That means the amount of work he has to do is increased to maintain the revenue which he's incurring at the moment. So how does this inheritance tax help the working man? It doesn't help. It's not going to help him. He's got to try and work a smaller farm and to even harder to make a living. It's just not fair. You know, I don't care what you people over there say and quoting all the figures and all the facts and everything else. This is something which is personal, and it should not have been allowed, and it hasn't been thought through. I know that a lot of the big companies, like Jeremy Clarkson, buy a farm as a tax loophole, and that is shameful, I quite agree. But with this bill and this government is throwing the baby out with the bathwater, I'm afraid. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. Any other member? We don't have any other member wishing to speak, so I'm going to go back to the proposer of the motion, Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mayhill, just a couple of headlines from today, actually, just in case you haven't caught the news. Factories suffer their fastest slump in orders since COVID. Waitrose urges Rachel Reeves to halt the farmers' tax. Every statistic I quoted in my speech has come in the last few weeks. So I don't know which newspapers or where you're getting your news from. We're getting our news from in the real world. And actually, you actually have to.
Point of order from Councillor Mayhill.
As a point of information, it's the Daily Telegraph. That's where I got information from.
Well, I'll lend you my version of the day, because you're obviously reading some other one, yeah? But also, Councillor Curry, you have to explain why thousands of farmers have left their farms to come and protest these tax changes. And, you know, for me and for us, you know, it's people voting with their feet. The council does offer support to its businesses in Medway. But support only goes so far. If the economic fundamentals are wrong, businesses will fail, regardless of the support that we offer. I'm urging the members opposite to send a message to their own government that they've made a massive mistake with this budget, and it's the people in Medway and across the country that are going to pay the price. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Warrants. Now I'm going to put the motion. Is that supported? All those in favour? All those against?
The motion is lost.
The motion is lost. Moving on to motion B, I now call upon Councillor Shokar to point of order.
Indeed. My thoughts on these sort of motions are well known in this chamber, but Rule 10.1 covers the two types of motion. I know we've got some people that take an interest in this, so I will detail them very quickly. Section A, anything relating to smooth running of the meeting's business. Section B, those involving a debate generally on the Council's responsibilities, social, economic, environmental. This motion definitely doesn't come under paragraph A, smooth running of council business. I submit respectfully it doesn't come under paragraph B, which relates primarily to the council's responsibility. Medway Council is not responsible for any ceasefire, sanctions, arms exports, and Medway Council is most definitely not responsible for guaranteeing international law, humanitarian or otherwise. In respect of secondary reasons, there is nothing in the motion that relates to environmental and the environmental well-being of Medway. None of the resolutions in parts A or 2 of the motion that I submit come within the social well-being of the area. They are all in effect internal paper exercises for the organisations concerned. The only possible tangible rubric this motion can proceed under is economic well-being, and it's my contention that said motion is so far removed it should be considered de minimis, because this motion, if passed, would in my mind amount to a direct deliberate interference with a local business, and it's not for Medway Council to interfere with any business in those circumstances. In any event, we now have a ceasefire. The motion is essentially redundant. That said, if the Monitoring Officer rules that it is valid, and I understand the councillor opposite, who does sit on his own like I do, is struggling for a second, I will second it on the grounds that if a councillor legitimately brings a motion that can legitimately be heard in this chamber, he deserves to have it debated. Whether I vote for it or not, that remains to be seen. However, I'll give him an opportunity, and I'll invite the
Councillor Pearce, I think you are making a speech now.
I apologise. I will invite him to... And that's Councillor Pearce, Mr Mayor. So
thank you. And
I think I've made the point.
I'm going to call on Bapinda Gil, the legal monitoring officer, to give us some advice.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The rules in relation to motions are contained within paragraph 10 of the Council Procedure Rules in the Constitution. We've already been referred to paragraph 10.1b, which deals with those motions that involve a debate. So not procedural motions, but matters that may be debated. It's been correctly recited that a debate can take place in relation to a motion that relates to the Council's responsibilities or the social, economic and environmental well-being of the area. It has already been acknowledged in the in the point of order, that this motion does consider the economic well-being of the area. There is no requirement for it to be wholly in relation to the economic matters, or, as is being put, only a de minimis level. As I've stated before in this chamber, when we receive motions, officers have very little discretion as to what is put on the council agenda. Paragraph 10.2 of the Council Procedure Rules states that Motions that require notice must be signed by at least one member of the Council and delivered to the Chief Executive 7 working days before the date of the meeting. These will be entered in a book open to public inspection and listed on the agenda. I shan't read the rest of that paragraph. That motion was signed by one member, received at least 7 working days before. It relates to the economic well-being of the area. And as I've stated before, when officers look at motion, we look at those motions using an enabling interpretation. We do not seek to limit or excessively rule out matters, and that then allows political debate in the chamber, and it allows for a determination of that motion through the democratic mandate. And therefore, I and other officers, when we reviewed this motion, were satisfied that it fell within paragraph 10.1b. It complied with the 7-day rule, and it had been sent to the Chief Executive. So our advice is that the motion is in compliance with the Council procedure rules.
Thank you, Bhupinder. Is there another point of order? Councillor Hamilton?
I'm just wondering if it's acceptable for a member to say they disagree with a motion and then proceed to second it.
The Council procedure rules are not detailed in terms of that option.
Okay, so we are going to Councillor Murray, is that point of order as well?
I'm going to speak on the motion now it's been seconded.
We're going to go to the proposal?
Yeah, she's just okay. So, Councillor Shocker.
Councillor Shocker, would you like to move the motion?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay. This Palestine Solidarity motion is long overdue. It addresses a matter of profound importance that transcends borders and touches the very essence of our shared humanity. It resonates deeply with our communities in Medway and globally. I urge you to lend your voice and support to the demands we are about to discuss regarding the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. What I'm about to say will not do the situation justice, as time will not allow me to convey everything I want to express. This motion calls on the relevant individuals to take decisive action. We must press all parties to agree an immediate, permanent and bilateral ceasefire. This is a necessity that has been 15 months in the making. It is important to acknowledge that after all these months of atrocities during which Western governments provided cover and permission for Israel to commit acts of genocide, a ceasefire has finally been in place since Sunday. This is the same framework that was proposed in May but was not implemented. There was also an opportunity for this back in 2023, but due to the actual intent of the Israeli government, it was not put into effect. This could have saved tens of thousands of lives, including many Israeli hostages. However, since the ceasefire, reports have emerged of a 15-year-old boy executed in Rafah City, and 144 Palestinians were killed between the announcement and the start of the ceasefire. Unfortunately, the ceasefire is unlikely to hold due to the intentions of the Israeli leadership and the insufficient pressure from the international community. Netanyahu, who has an ICC arrest warrant, has stated that the ceasefire is temporary and the US supports resuming strikes if negotiations for the second phase fail. It is important to remember Israel's specific intent to destroy Gaza. The dehumanizing and genocidal statements made by the Israeli government and the military officials over the last 15 months have demonstrated this. Netanyahu cited the biblical story of Amalek, and the Deputy Knesset Speaker stated that Israel has one common goal, erasing the Gaza Strip from the face of the earth. So when the Culture Minister stated last week, we hope in the future we will be able to finish the job in Gaza, we must take these threats seriously. We must approach this with scepticism and cynicism. We must continue, as stated in this motion, to press all parties for a permanent bilateral ceasefire, regardless of the stage we reach. We demand the international humanitarian law be upheld without exception. Civilians must be protected, and we must ensure that aid reaches those desperate in need. Israel has defied the ICJ ruling to prevent genocide by not allowing adequate aid to reach Gaza. As the occupying power, it must ensure that the basic needs of Palestinians in Gaza are met. This has led to acute malnutrition, especially in children. The UN finds Israel's method of warfare in Gaza consistent with genocide, including the use of starvation as a weapon of war. We are relieved to have seen so far the release of 3 hostages by Hamas, as well as the release of prisoners, detainees and political prisoners by Israel. It is of the utmost importance that the remaining individuals on both sides are given the access to the Red Cross and that securing their release is a priority. Unfortunately, the Israel government have used the hostages as cover for their genocidal intent thus far. As stated, there was numerous opportunities to secure their release before Sunday. Additionally, the indiscriminate mass bombing and complete obliteration of most areas of Gaza has come at the expense of the hostages as well. Most of the rescued hostages were released through negotiations, while very few were rescued via military operations. Due to the plausible case for genocide in Gaza and the illegal occupation in the West Bank, the main arms suppliers, including the US, Germany and the UK, must suspend all arms exports. The IDF is only as strong as the industry and society that supports it. With the clear intent shown by Israel, and another shocking example emerged from Jenin in the West Bank on Tuesday, where 8 people were killed and 35 injured, more than 800 people have been killed in the West Bank since October the 7th. Stopping all arms exports will have the single biggest impact on any future operations aimed at the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. As councillors, we must request the 4th largest global arms supplier, which has a site located within our jurisdiction, to comply with UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and 2013 Arms Trade Treaty. BAE Systems has a long history of selling arms to corrupt governments and supplying weapons to countries involved in serious human rights violations, benefiting from unprecedented profit growth. BAE Systems in Medway is currently producing components that are being used on the F-35s which are involved in committing war crimes. This, I believe, falls foul of the UN Guiding Principles and the Arms Trade Treaty. It is only just and fair for us to request that they adhere to these principles, cease their business relationship with Israel and conduct an internal report.
Thank you, Councillor Shocker. Is that seconded? Councillor Murray?
No, she wants to speak. Is that supported? No, I don't know.
So, is that support? Okay, so we have slight technical problems with the comms. We just need to restart them real quick. resume the meeting. Councillor Spalding, would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
I'll speak now, Mr. Mayor. And on a point of clarification, I believe what I actually said was that I disagreed with these types of motion. I didn't necessarily disagree with this particular motion. I'll support this on the grounds that it's democratically the right thing to do. I don't know a great deal about the subject, and it's something that perhaps a lot of us need to take a look at, do some more research on. But I support another councillor that's sitting alone who clearly feels strongly enough to bring this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Any member? Councillor Murray?
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestorov. And I think I can say thank you to Councillor Spalding for seconding in the motion. And in a rare moment of levity, I do agree with him that everybody should be allowed, as Councillor Maple said earlier this evening, to bring a motion forward. And the Labour group are not going to support this motion, Councillor Shokar. And we know how passionate you are about it, how compassionate you are about this issue. And we share all of your sadness and all of your frustrations with what has happened in Gaza. However, there is a ceasefire, it's real, it's agreed. Our government, the Labour government, are supporting it. The Foreign Secretary, the International Development Secretary and the Prime Minister are all doing as much as they can to make the ceasefire real. Aid is going in, medical supplies have started to go in, and agreements are being made. That doesn't mean that we don't, as a Labour movement, recognise the fragility of the ceasefire, that we don't recognise that there are still disagreements amongst both sides about what can happen, but we hope very much that this will be the start of a lasting peace. And in that spirit, we're not going to support the motion. I'm turning now to the second part of the motion, and I'm afraid that's a bit different. BAE has got a very, very long-standing reputation in our community as a good employer, as an employer who moves with the times and develops technologies very, very quickly. They have a workforce that is, and I was talking only last Friday, actually, to one of the head engineers for two departments. More than 60% of their workforce come from Medway, and indeed there is intergenerational support for that company. Military technology can be used for all sorts of things other than for missiles and weapons. And at the moment, BAE are developing a huge part of their business, making hybrid engines for buses and moving very quickly into green technology. They've got big plans to recruit 300 more people, plans to build a new factory, plans to encourage younger people and apprentices. And I'm really unhappy with a motion on the council's table tonight that somehow makes BAE feel, and I'm sure, you know, I'm thinking of the people that work there, not just the people who own the company.
Thank you, Councillor
Makes
Murray.
them feel that somehow we don't appreciate them. We do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other member? Councillor Perfect?
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm just going to be very brief. The Conservative Group also won't be supporting this motion, Mr. Mayor. I'd refer colleagues to the statements made by the Shadow Foreign Secretary, the Right Honourable Priti Patel, on the matter of the first part of the motion in relation to the Israel and Gaza ceasefire, which was made on the 19th of January 2025. And of course, matters of national significance such as this are the responsibility of the Shadow Cabinet and the official opposition on behalf of the Conservative Party. In terms of the second part of the motion, Actually, I agree with the Deputy Leader of the Council, and BAE Systems have our full support. They are a strong local employer, providing good quality jobs to local young people and also significant apprenticeships as well as supporting our further education and other parts of our training sector within the conurbation. So, as I said, the Conservative group will be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Any other member? We don't have any other member wishing to speak, so we're going to go back to the proposer of the motion, Councillor Shokar.
Why are we here, Medway, giving cover to BAE Systems, an organisation that is involved in providing components used in such crimes as genocide? We are complicit in their ability to do this unless we act within our duty, power and capabilities to address this. This already carries a profound stain on our national conscience. Let's not make it a local one as well. Arms exports must be accompanied by sanctions, travel bans, asset freezes. Israel is unlawfully occupying the Palestinian territory and does not comply with international law. The sanctions will hit Israel where it hurts, and we've seen what the sanctions on Russia have done. They have reduced its ability to maintain its occupation. We must not, as a society, hold different states to different standards and laws. They should be applied universally. There's a clear double standard here. We must stand firmly against complicity in violence and oppression against all humans, regardless of the colour of their skin or religion. Lastly, we must advocate for the rights of the Palestinian refugees and their descendants. We cannot forget their deep-seated injustices they face. We need to champion their right to return and fair compensation. From the requested actions I've stated today, I'm not confident that even a few, if any, of these necessary actions will happen soon. I'm not under any illusion that a relatively small organisation like a local council can have much of an impact on these issues. However, we must stand up for these demands. We must be the voice of the Palestinians. We must all stand on the right side of history. It's taken over 12 months for any motion on Palestine to reach this council chamber. Many councils up and down the country have passed such motions during this period. Why are we different? Now, with this motion, we have the opportunity to press our government for what's needed and request that BAE Systems adhere to international humanitarian law. This conflict may be one of the most one-sided in history. We have witnessed the full use of the most sophisticated and brutal weaponry in the world against one of the most deprived, helpless, defenceless groups of people. This will likely result in the deaths of over 180,000 humans. God knows how many of these will be children. It astounds me to this day that in an apparent civilised country, we all pretty much stood by and watched, with some in this chamber cheerleading it on, whilst the silence was filled with rhetoric and misinformation from the media. When Medway showed me a few years ago what support it is willing to provide in the case of the Ukrainians, flag-raising, speeches, statements, refuge and homes, real solidarity was demonstrated. But for the Palestinians, what has happened here? What this pathetic support I've seen today? I ask myself why? What is it about the Palestinians? I know why. However, the many people in Medway, the mosques, the churches, the gurdwaras, the charities, and most of all, Medway's Palestinian Solidarity campaign has showed what the true solidarity looks like day in, day out, rescuing the soul of Medway. We in this council will still have an opportunity to do what's right and stand on the right side of history.
Thank you, Councillor Shokar.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mayor Nesterov. I would ask Councillor Shokar, and I appreciate he has passion on this issue, and has been said, certainly by my friend and Deputy Leader, we understand that. I don't believe any one of the 59 members of this council, whether they're present tonight or not, would be cheerleading about the terrible situation we've seen over the last year and a half or so. So I would ask him respectfully to withdraw that specific comment. I don't think that does this chamber any good. And I would ask him to reflect upon that and withdraw that, please.
Councillor Shokar, would you like?
I've seen tweets, and I've seen the type of cheerleading that supports a terrorist state. That is the type of cheerleading I'm talking about.
So we go directly to the vote. Is that supported? All those in favour? All those against? The motion is lost. I now call upon Councillor Mrs. Turpin to propose the motion at item C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There will be members here tonight possibly experiencing deja vu. They wouldn't be wrong. I make no apology for bringing this important motion forward again, hopefully third time lucky. I must thank former Labour councillor Andy Stamp for this motion, the original author, and acknowledge his hard work in campaigning to save Chatham docks throughout the previous administration. I certainly sat up and took notice, maybe a bit late, but I got there in the end. Unfortunately, when this motion was first brought forward, I and every member of the then administration was told not to support it. We were told that nothing was decided and that this chamber was not the place to be discussing this. Against my better judgment, I therefore voted against this in January 2020. Despite private campaigning within my own group, it was not until late 2021 that I made public my views about Chatham docks and wanting to ensure that this site remains employment land and gives the current businesses the right to remain and any future business the infrastructure of a working dock. As Councillor Curry said in September 2021 when talking about jobs at Chatham docks, it is right for our struggling local economy, right for the environment and right for Medway. Transporting goods by ship uses a lot less carbon than the already overcrowded road networks, helping to reduce congestion and air pollution for Medway residents. We must see this within the local plan. As Councillor Murray has pointed out, this important argument has the support of Keir Starmer. And Councillor Maple in February 2022 stated they, the Labour group, will be fighting tooth and nail alongside the workers and businesses there to get the docks designated as employment land to preserve our local economy. I acknowledge the work of Councillor Maple and other members of the administration did in the first few months of the new council to, and I quote, get both parties around the table to talk. But sadly, this is not enough. In fact, I'm not convinced that this is the role of the local authority in this situation. There will be conflicting parties, and sometimes that just cannot be resolved. The council's responsibility is to designate the land. Councillor Maple recognises this, as in November 2019 on Twitter, as it was then, said, Medway Council has the power to protect Chatham docks from closure. To allow Peel L&P to build more flats over this site and lose further jobs and vital infrastructure would be devastating for Medway. The local plan is not just about delivering housing, but must also look at job opportunities for our residents and utilising our river. We must not forget the River Medway that gives this council its name. An up-to-date local plan is important to get completed. Multiple failures over the years to get this delivered has cost this council in more ways than one. But that should not mean we put forward any local plan just for the sake of doing so. Previous arguments have been that the housing has got to go somewhere, but this shouldn't be at the cost of current jobs, existing real jobs for real people. As much as there can be promises of jobs to come, these may not materialise. We only need to look at Innovation Park Medway to understand it is not easy or straightforward, and these current jobs or businesses cannot necessarily be relocated either. Housing numbers and targets within local plans remains a huge challenge, not just here in Medway, but across the country. Of course, we want to ensure we have an adequate supply of housing, but that unfortunately is not just at the control of any government or local authority. They can set targets and penalise local authorities who do not deliver, but developers remain the ones in control and will only build what they can sell. A local plan that allocates housing at this site could end up with the worst of all situations if the housing cannot be brought forward quick enough, as other developments will have to come forward, likely in windfall sites. By then, though, it will be too late and the docks will be closed. So while I do not know how this local plan is developing, as there are no recorded minutes of the local plan working group, and it was only this week that our group was finally invited to the table, I'm hopeful that all is not lost. I therefore urge members to vote to save Chatham docks tonight by safeguarding the land as employment only and vote in favour of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mrs. Turpin. Before we move on with the debate and with the seconder, I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to give us some advice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've already heard this evening that the Council can have two types of motions under its Council procedure rules. Either those that are procedural, and we've had a couple of those, or those that require debate. If there is a motion that requires debate, it must be in relation to the Council's responsibilities or the social, economic and environmental well-being of the area. Provided a motion that is drafted meets that requirement and is then signed by at least one member and delivered to the Chief Executive 7 working days before the date of the meeting, that motion will be entered in a book open to the public for inspection and listed on the agenda. This motion satisfied those requirements and hence it was listed on the agenda. During the course of this week, I have been absent from the office undertaking external business. On Tuesday night, I received an email from the Chief Planning Officer advising extreme caution in progressing with this motion because we are partway through a consultation exercise on the local plan and would not wish to jeopardise the progress of that due to legal challenges that we may face as a result of members that may be determined biased or predetermined. On Tuesday evening, having come back from external business, I then attended the Standards Committee, which didn't finish till about 7:30 in the evening. Thereafter, on returning home, I considered some emails that may be urgent and required my urgent business to deal with. Having read the email from the Chief Planning Officer, I sent an email to Councillor Mrs. Turpin, but also the Head of Paid Service, Mr. Richard Higgs, and our Chief Finance Officer, Phil Watts, as my two other statutory officers in relation to governance. I also copied in my Deputy Management Monitoring Officer and also Wayne Hemingway, who is responsible for conduct of business at a council meeting. I will read out that email, which I sent on Wednesday night at 11:06 p.m. Good evening, Councillor Turpin. My attention has been drawn to the motion that you have submitted to be debated at the council meeting tomorrow night. I apologise for the lateness of this email and the advice contained herein. I also apologise to both Richard and Phil, as I have not had a chance to consult with them as my two statutory officer colleagues. The motion requests the Council to make a determination on the Chatham Docks site contained within the draft local plan, which is currently in the process of a statutory consultation and responses are being evaluated. Under the Council rules for the conduct of Council meetings, there is nothing improper about the motion. However, there are serious legal implications which need to be considered and explained to all members if the motion is moved and seconded to be debated. If the motion is moved and seconded, I shall have no alternative but to provide advice to all members that 1. Participation in the debate and/or voting may, subject to the contribution by each individual member, exhibit predetermination and bias on their part whilst the consultation exercise is still live, responses are being considered and evaluated. 2. Formulating a view on an aspect of the local plan at the meeting on Thursday night would be premature, not based on the consideration of the full facts, and would probably be determined by the High Court as the Council acting irrationally and unreasonably, open brackets, i.e. the legal grounds to succeed in a claim for judicial review, close brackets. 3. There is a significant and substantial risk that the statutory consultation may be subjected to legal challenge and a significant risk that we would not be able to successfully defend such a challenge. Further, in the event of such a challenge and our likely inability to defend the Council, an award for costs against the Council is likely to be made. 4, I would need to seriously consider if my statutory duty as a monitoring officer is invoked, i.e. the council seeking to make a decision that is unlawful. If that is invoked, I am under a statutory duty to produce a report and present it to full council at a meeting held for that single item. 5, any member who debates and votes on the motion would need to recuse themselves when the plan comes back to the council to move to the next stage, open brackets, Reg 19, close brackets, to seek to safeguard the legal procedure and that the council is obligated to follow. However, I suspect it will not get to this stage, as the Reg 18 consultation would have been challenged and held to be unlawful. None of the above options is without risk, reputational damage and satisfactory. To avoid personal and corporate embarrassment, I would suggest that the motion is withdrawn. Whilst there is no formal process to do so, it can be achieved by not moving the motion. Any consideration of the site, its uses and revision to the Reg 18 consultation plan can properly be made when the results of the consultation on the local plan return to full council. Unfortunately, I am out of the office all day at a hearing and have limited opportunity to step out of that engagement, but Vicky has been copied into this email if you wish to have a discussion. Alternatively, I could try to ring you when we have comfort breaks, but these are very short and will not facilitate a full conversation. Could you please let me know by return how you wish to proceed? Following the sending of that email last night, I've received an email from Councillor Turpin this morning at 11:25. It is also copied into a number of councillors, Councillor Crozier, Councillor Sands, Councillor Pearce and Councillor Williams. Councillor Turpin responded to say, "Dear Bupinder, to say I am disappointed by your email is an understatement. To send me this at 11 p.m. the night before council is unacceptable when the agenda has been published for over a week. I am at work all day and also have very little time to discuss this with anyone. I will, however, attempt to call Wayne and or Vicky in my lunch break. Signed, Elizabeth." Since then, I have spoken with the Deputy Monitoring Officer, Vicky Nutley. She informs me that she has had a conversation with Councillor Turpin and proposed an alteration to the motion which could be discussed tonight. That has been shared with Councillor Turpin. That has not been moved. The original motion has been moved. I have also had a discussion with a councillor who I understand may second this motion. If they second this motion, there is a risk that they too could be determined to have predetermined the issue and to have bias on this matter. I have left it for them to consider whether they wish to second this motion or not. Thank you, members.
Point of order.
Whilst one is always grateful for the wisdom and guidance from the Monitor Officer, correct me, and I hope it's a correction, but I believe he stated that this motion asks the Council to do something specific with the local plan. It doesn't. It quite clearly says we're asking officers, Councillor Turpin is asking relevant officers to consider to remove. Not to remove, nothing specific, to consider, to think about it. And I would go further because at the last council meeting, Councillor Coombs presented the social place planning strategy using forecasting undertaken in April 2024. I made the point then that we had 2 maps in there that said these are the flats and houses which you got planning permission. It was a virtual mirror image of the option 3 sites in Regulation 18. And I made the point there and then. Lots of those sites are not even subject to a planning application, let alone planning permission. Nobody pulled me on that. Councillor Curry didn't answer, Councillor Price, Councillor Coombs ignored it. So the question is this to the planning officer, the Monitor Officer. Does he intend to alter his advice, bearing in mind Councillor Turpin's motion clearly says consider, not to do something definitive? And what is different to this and to what we heard in the planning strategy, which clearly could be indicated as predetermining the local plan? I'm obliged, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. I'll call the monitoring officer again to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion in its final paragraph does state that the Council resolves to ask relevant officers to consider to remove Chatham Dock site from the Council's preferred option in the forthcoming Reg 19 predetermined draft plan to safeguard employment skills and local economy and redesignate Chatham Docks as solely for employment use before the local plan is submitted for approval. Members will have heard the advice that I have provided. During that advice, I have said that there is a risk. That risk is substantial and significant. I cannot guarantee that a challenge will be brought, nor can I guarantee that if a challenge is brought, that will be successful or we can successfully defend it. I am providing advice to members on the basis of what members have said in this chamber historically, that we have not had a local plan for a number of decades. We are well progressed along the legal route to adopting a local plan. I am seeking to manage the risks that may be presented by having a debate and asking officers to limit the options in the appraisals that go forward. Whether officers follow that request or not, the request is clear. It is asking officers not to present the totality of options that come back before this council meeting. So my advice remains as it was and unaltered. Thank you.
Thank you, Bopinda. Point of order from Councillor Maple.
Very much, and I'm grateful for the monitoring officer's detailed advice, which is very clear. I want to give council notice if this motion is seconded, I will be seeking to have a recorded vote. So it's very clear if anybody votes for my interpretation, and if the monitoring officer wants to confirm this, I'd be grateful. If any member votes for or indeed against this motion, they could be seen to be predetermined, but an abstention clearly shows you have not taken part in that vote. Just some clarification around that would be grateful. But I think for the interest of fairness, because the last thing I want to see is anybody putting at jeopardy our local plan, I want to give notice I will be calling a recorded vote purely for the practical reasons of this vote being potentially looked at further down the line, particularly about those who vote for or against. But I just want to seek clarification that an abstention will therefore be deemed to not have participated one way or another accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the safest course of action has been indicated by the Leader of the Council, that a vote either for or against means that the member has come to a conclusion on what they are being asked to vote on tonight. An abstention safeguards that position.
I have a couple more points of order. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will begin my 3 minutes.
No, we have a couple of points of order.
No point of order.
Have I got my 3 minutes, or are we doing are we spending all evening raising points of order?
A member indicating a point of order before that. I'll go to Councillor Mayhew first.
Yes, it was a point of clarification, one which now has been picked up by Vince regarding the status of if we abstain. So thank you for answering that. And the second being just on the wording as sort of raised earlier, where it says to consider being a neutral term. However, immediately following that, the term to remove is itself not neutral, because it's not to consider Chatham Docks. Is that it says consider to remove? Is that the offending part of the line there? Thank you.
Yeah, it is that final paragraph where it is asking officers to take action in a particular route. That is the offending element of the motion.
And point of order from Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I thank the monitoring officer for his very clear advice and also clearly sending emails very late in the evening after clearly long days out of the office. Just a question of clarity, Mr. Mayor, in terms of how this motion will work if the majority of the two main groups abstain and a number of members vote for this motion, then the council could inadvertently pass the motion. Is the bit that I'm clear, and that I assume, as I think the leader's referencing, will then come back to a full report to full council. Thank you.
Very good question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Should the motion be approved by full council, I will need to carefully consider my statutory responsibilities as a monitoring officer and come to a view as to whether the council motion is unlawful or not. If I come to the view that it is unlawful, I am required by statute to produce a report and to bring it back to this council chamber and ask the council chamber to take heed of my advice and consider alternative options.
So, is that supported? Councillor Pierce, would you like to speak now?
Speak now, please, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me, one more point of order.
Democracy's been
Councillor
stopped
Lamas.
here.
So, if the motion is moved, then are you saying that the vote will be delayed to wait for further legal advice from yourself? Because if not, we'd have to make a determination tonight without that further advice. That was my point of order.
I'll call upon the monitoring officer to respond.
Once the motion is moved and seconded, it is before the chamber for debate. There is always the option to adjourn matters to take further advice. That is a possibility. The danger is, as always, that once members start to discuss the matter, that one may inadvertently stray into territory that one ought to stay away from. And therefore the approach that I was adopting was one of caution to avoid anybody inadvertently saying things that they should not, and therefore excluding themselves by having predetermined the matter in considering the local plan when it returns.
I have way too many members indicating that they need clarification on this motion, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes so we can get advice. Yeah, Councillor Pierce?
I'm sorry, but this is an affront to democracy.
No, it's not.
Allow me to second the motion and give my 3 minutes.
I'm not going to allow the motion to be seconded before all the member has the proper legal advice on the motion and everyone understands the implications of supporting, commenting, or indeed voting against this motion. So we're going to have 5 minutes break so we can get some more legal advice. meeting resumed. After getting some more legal advice, I'm going to call on the Chief Executive to explain how we're going to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members. Can I firstly apologise that we are in this rather challenged situation that we find ourselves in this evening. Having heard a number of queries that have been raised by members and some concerns that have been expressed by members, I have spoken with leaders of the three groups and am proposing to the Mayor and to you as members this evening that given those concerns and the questions that have been raised, following the very clear advice from the monitoring officer, I am proposing that we actually hold over, we in effect adjourn the motion that is under consideration this evening to enable us to seek external legal advice on this issue. We will share the brief for that legal advice with members, so members are clear about the questions that are being asked. And further, we will share the outcome of that legal advice with members as well. Should that legal advice say that this motion can be considered by members, then we will take that motion, we will carry it over as unfinished business from this meeting, we will take that to the April Council meeting for consideration. That will not preclude the independent group from having their ordinary motion also being raised at that meeting as well. So in effect, for clarity, members, there will be, potentially, there could be two motions being put forward by the independent group because this one before us would in effect be carried forward. Should that legal advice actually say the council should not be considering that motion and that motion is not appropriate for a number of reasons. I'm not going to rehearse that now because we will get the legal advice that will be clear on this, but there are issues around predetermination, risk to the council, risks to the local plan process. Should that legal advice say that no, this motion shouldn't be considered, then of course we would follow that advice. Members, Mr. Mayor, I hope that provides us with a way forward that is pragmatic. I would like to reiterate my apologies to you, Mr. Mayor, and to members, and in particular to Councillor Mrs. Turpin and the independent group. We will ensure that we learn the lessons from this, but I think it is most appropriate. I think it minimises the risk to this council if we pause, in effect, on this issue. We take external legal advice, we bring that back to members, and that will then determine the way forward. That is my suggestion as Chief Executive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Richard. Is that agreed? Agreed. It is agreed, so we're going to postpone that until further legal advice. Moving on to motion D, I call upon Councillor Spalding to propose the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In December 2023, Labour Shadow Secretary Steve Reid confirmed the Labour Party had no intention of changing inheritance tax, including agricultural property relief. 3 days into her office, the Labour Chancellor said, and I'll repeat it again, I believe that promises that a party is elected on should be delivered on in government. Contrary to that promise and contrary to that belief, Labour's now scrapped IHT release for farms. Promise something, get elected, do the opposite in power. Anyone starting to see a trend? Yesterday, the Office of Budget Responsibility, and I'm grateful to Councillor Pearce for already mentioned this earlier, referred to the high uncertainty, whether it actually make the money, but it also said government changes to inheritance tax on farms would likely leave elderly farmers horribly exposed with no time to manage their way through the new policy. And I'm grateful to, I believe it was Councillor Kemp, for his contribution to that earlier. Effectively, it's WASPy all over again, except this time it's a Labour policy against farmers. Now, in its election manifesto, and I did check this, Labour pledged, and I quote, to champion British farming while protecting the environment and stressed that it, quote, recognises that food security is national security. If good farmland is sold off for housing development, that food security reduces. There is the knock-on effect for air quality, the climate, road congestion and potential flooding. Now, farmers don't just produce food. When it snows, They're out there, clearing the roads, the country lanes, so people get to work, school, saving the local authority to do it. They do it free of charge. When we had really bad weather in the storms last spring, trees blocked roads, felled power cables. In Upper Stoke, we had a major incident involving power lines, down trees, pensioners with no power. When I got out there, local farmers were already working with UK power networks, not just chainsaws, tractors, agricultural forklifts, full-scale heavy machinery to get the job done. Elsewhere, some were clearing the blocked roads, which is great because it leaves council contractors to deploy elsewhere. Everybody benefits, and guess what? All free of charge. This Christmas saw the second Christmas Peninsula tractor run. Thousands came out to watch, not just from the peninsula. This is an event that's going to go on. They put the lights on the tractors themselves. A lot of them modified it themselves. They paid for the diesel and the fuel themselves. And that brings me to the motion, Mr. Mayor. In addition to our rich military, industrial and power generation heritage, we've got a long history of farming. Farms that provide award-winning produce, not just locally, but to the supermarkets. And it's not just restricted to Medway. Throughout Kent, farmers grow necessities, as well as the pleasurables. A few miles down the road, we've got a family farm business that provides 34 tonnes of strawberries to Wimbledon Championships every year. Farming's been under threat from central government house building targets under both administrations, previous and this one. Landowners like church commissioners see a quick profit, so there goes the farmland to developers. Now family farms face the same threat from current government's changes to agricultural property relief, and I'm grateful for Councillor Curry giving us a lot of stats, but he neglected to obviously mention the OBR ones today. This council should believe that farmland and family farms should be protected so they can continue to provide first-rate produce to feed the nation and provide the continuing green lung that is so important for our climate at the moment and in maintaining good air quality. Therefore, it's my motion that this council calls on the government to protect farmland and family farms by A, ensuring building and construction on farmland only occurs in the most exceptional circumstances, B, to reverse the changes to the agricultural property relief. There's much debate, and we've heard the OBR doesn't even think it's going to work, and very few people are maybe suffering, so why do it in the first place? This council requests the leader of the council and the chief executive to jointly write to, firstly, the respective Secretary of States stating this council's wishes, and secondly, our 3 Medway MPs asking them to lobby ministers to ensure this occurs. Mr. Mayor, members, thank you for your polite attention. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Is that supported? Councillor Pearce, would you like to speak now?
Yes, please. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can't eat bricks. We import half of our food. Older farmers are not being replaced by younger farmers, or younger people interested in a farming career. The Hoo Peninsula is made up of mostly Grade 1 agricultural land, top grade, the best grade. We have the most fertile soil for growing crops. We've got a bonkers housing target set by a clearly out-of-control Angela Rayner, who also says we've got enough houses. Local democracy is dead. The Labour government is now making the important planning decisions. What's the point of planning committees now? Our local wildlife is under threat with the removal of environmental protections, with developers just needing to bung some money to a restoration pot. The environmental damage has already been done. It's too late. You can't mitigate with money. Our primary schools are full locally. Doctors' surgeries are closing down. Literally, one was announced today in Heim. Enough is truly enough. If protecting my community and the quality of life we currently enjoy makes me a NIMBY, then I'm a proud NIMBY. People moving to the Hoo Peninsula move there because it's a rural community, and we welcome anyone who moves to our beautiful part of the world. They are locals from day one. Please protect our precious peninsula from greed and destruction and support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I'll open the debate, the floor for debate. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestrov. Regarding the farming issue in relation to agricultural property relief, we've already had a considerable debate around that. On the other issues in relation to protection of farmland, I don't see anything that comes out of there that strikes me, so I suggest we move straight to the vote on this.
Okay. Since no other member indicates that they wish to speak, we move directly to a vote. All those in favor? All those against? The motion is lost. So we are moving on to the final motion of this evening. I call upon Councillor Field to propose the motion at item E.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov, for allowing me to move this motion, which I hope is a tad less contentious and does not require direction from the monitoring officer or further points of order. On Monday, the 23rd of December, less than 48 hours before Christmas Day, over 1,000 Strood residents lost their water supply. At any time, this would be a great inconvenience. That close to Christmas Day made it virtually impossible to deliver the Christmas many would want to give their nearest and dearest. Many would expect this to be a hopeless situation, as council staff rightfully would want to spend time with family and friends. However, Medway council staff, characterising our motto, serving you, got to work to support residents across Strood. They were involved in setting up water distribution centres, providing public information, opening up the sports centre on Christmas and Boxing Day for showers, arranging traffic diversions to allow repairs to take place, and many, many other acts to help support Strood residents. They epitomised what it is to be a public servant. This motion I propose here tonight sets out our thanks and gratitude. There are lessons to be learnt, and as Chair of Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I will be inviting Southern Water to talk about the state of water infrastructure in the towns. But again, on the day, I have to thank their staff for the rapid distribution of water to Strood residents, efforts to find the source of the leak and get on with restoring water. Tonight, in moving this motion, I really want to thank Strood residents, who I'm honoured to represent. Those who offered their showers, their sinks, their water. It really showed the best of us in the worst of times. I'm sure the whole chamber will want to support this vote of thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Is that supported? Councillor Van Dijk, would you like to speak now or reserve the right to speak later?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to second Councillor Field's motion, commending council staff for giving up their considerable time over the Christmas period to address the water outage crisis in part of our Strood North ward. Thanks also to Councillor Field for his support and intervention in this matter, a time when both staff and affected residents experienced unwelcome interruption of their festive break.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. I'm now going to open the floor for debate. Councillor Perfect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll intend to be brief, but I just wanted to say that the Conservative Group will be supporting this motion, and I second the words from Councillor Field, particularly about the work of hard-working council officers on Christmas Day that opened up Strood Sports Centre in order for people to be able to have a shower, which I think is extremely admirable and impressive and demonstrates the council's values, including proud to be Medway, being exhibited by all. And I know Councillor Lawrence will, of course, support Councillor Field through the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee to ensure that lessons are learned for the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Gurung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been absolutely amazed by the hard work, dedication and sincerity of our Medway sports officers, managers and team members across our different sports centres that offer wide-ranging sports facilities throughout the year. They work diligently on a daily basis to serve our community and also in partnership with families, coaches, clubs, organisations and inspirational sporting heroes, including those from Medway, support and hone our local sporting talents to help them realise their full potential in various sporting fields. Our Medway Sports Centre teams across the borough take pride in being highly professional, approachable, helpful, responsive, and fully invested to serve our communities. They have developed warm, positive, and trusting relationships with the local communities that has been reinforced over time, and this is highly commendable and invaluable. Therefore, when the water supply issue affecting more than 1,000 households in Strood struck just before Christmas, our emergency support team mobilized to make sure people had the information they needed, worked with Southern Water to ensure people had access to bottled water, and explored if Strood Sports Centre would be utilized in any way. Of course, we have all by now seen how amazing our Strood Sports Centre staff members were. They truly went above and beyond by giving up their own valuable family time without hesitation on the most special time of the year, and agreed to open the sports centre to allow affected community members to have hot showers on Christmas and Boxing Day. This was truly appreciated by the entire Medway community, and rightly so, even got mentioned in the local news. This goes to show not just their and their families' selflessness and immense empathy, but also true one Medway spirit. I'm sure all of us are incredibly proud that we have such dedicated officers working to serve the people of Medway. The leader of the council and I personally visited to thank them on Christmas Day, and I fully support this motion from Councillor Field for a formal recognition of these officers' incredible gesture from the leader of the council and the chief executive. I will now read the names so that all members and the chamber will join me, as have the brilliant Strood community, in thanking these fantastic Medway sports team members with a huge round of applause. They are manager Paul Johnston, Eddie Gray and Louisa Coggins, and a teenage son who were there for Christmas Day. Strood Sports Centre management team, Holly Reeder, Megan Harlow, Jemmy Kearney, and Laura Bunker, who supported Boxing Day and beyond. And finally, our huge thanks also to the brilliant emergencies planning manager, Taff Morgan, and all backup officers and cabinet members who also played their part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Grung, for your lovely speech. Councillor Mark Prenta.
Let's not forget the residents who had to suffer having no water supply in their homes, and the businesses that were impacted, which at any time isn't just an inconvenience, but in the period when many of our residents look forward to downing tools, shutting the laptop and enjoying family time together, would have been extremely stressful. And this would have been the same for Medway Council employees as well. Looking forward to some well-earned rest, but at this time of crisis for our residents, Medway Council staff gave up part of their Christmas, answering phone calls, chasing emails, and getting up and leaving their families at home and opening Strood Leisure Centre so families could have the dignity to at least start their Christmas Day being able to shower, being able to host or visit family feeling one hurdle had been overcome. Many of our staff answered the call and with a smile welcomed residents to the Leisure Centre on Christmas and Boxing Day morning. This simple task made a huge difference to our residents. While many don't want to give our staff a real terms pay rise, this is an example of how Medway Council staff go above and beyond. They could not have answered the phone, ignored the email and carried on their day with their families, but they didn't. So as the chair of the Employment Matters Committee, on behalf of us all, I want to say thank you to all the staff that put the residents of Strood first. Thank you.
Councillor Joy next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with all the comments that have come forward. I would also like to recognise our Children's Services team, because when this all happened, there's a number of children that are supported by Medway Council, which we've been going through quite a stressful and distressful time for them, because with the children and their expectations over the Christmas period. But every one of our Children's Services teams, our social workers, their first thoughts was to make sure they connected with the families that they dealt with and made sure they supported them through this period, giving up their family time at this time, not seen by the vast majority of the public, working just with them families that needed that extra support. And I think that we also need to make sure that they are recognised for all the effort that they put in supporting these families over in Strood during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Joy. Councillor Croser.
Just to say that the independent group will be fully supporting this motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to thank my fellow councillor for bringing this motion to full council. It is vital that we take this time to recognise and celebrate the good work and exceptional community spirit that emerges in these challenging times. Once we learnt about the leak and the impact it was having on so many homes, it was inspiring to see the Strood councillors step up alongside the dedicated officers, and more than that, it was the resilience and strength of our residents that shone through. This incident occurred at one of the most significant times of the year for families, and the chaos it caused was undoubtedly distressing. However, amidst this disruption, we witnessed exemplary displays of community spirit. Residents, officers, councillors, leader, cabinet members and contractors, as well as Strood Sports Centre, all came together to minimise the distress and disruption caused by this unfortunate event. Their collaborative efforts were testament to the strength of Strood community. It has been said to me that Strood residents have felt overlooked for years in Medway. However, during Christmas 2024, they demonstrated that they are a community, and that community is still going strong and embodies that true meaning of community. In the spirit of Maya Angelou's words, while we cannot control the events that happen to us, we can control how we respond to them. And Strood, you did us all proud. So I'd like to thank again my fellow councillors, the dedicated contractors, the hard-working officers, Strood Sports Centre, and most importantly, the residents of Strood. As it's times like that, I feel immensely proud to be a Strood councillor and eager to continue our work together to build a stronger and more resilient community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. No other member wishes to speak, so we're going to go back to the proposer, Councillor Field.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'm glad of all the support and contributions across the Chamber of Elected Representatives here tonight, and I hope we would all unanimously support this motion.
Great, lovely. And is that agreed? Agreed. Unanimously, the motion is passed. This concludes all the motions for this evening, so we are moving on, finally, to agenda item 9, the Leader's Report. Now we have 30 minutes to receive and debate on the Leader's Report. May I call on the leader to present his report.
Come on, leader. Come on, leader.
Thank you for the rapturous welcome across the chamber. Rest assured, I probably won't use all of my 10 minutes tonight. In a rare occurrence, but I might change my mind. Can I wish everybody a happy new year? Welcome to 2025. This will be quite a historic year, as we'll talk about later on tonight, I'm sure. I want to start, though, by looking backwards over the last few months, and in particular wanted to start by recognising that Medway took part in 2 inspections for the very first time. And I want to take this opportunity to thank both our housing team and our adult social care team, our partners in the case of housing, our residents, and in particular I want to thank my 2 cabinet members, Luella Prenter and Theresa Murray, for their personal leadership and dedication during those inspections. What those reports both share is a recognition that this is a compassionate council who are getting on with things, but know that there is still room to make improvements. And both reports are very clear on that. And what's welcoming is that in both cases there were no surprises. Our officers, our portfolio holders were very clear of where they know there is more further progress to make, but certainly we're on that journey. And certainly in the case of CQC, by the nature of the length of time between the start of the process and where we are today, I'm confident that if the process was to start today, we would already be receiving a higher score. We're not complacent. We're absolutely not complacent. These are two of the services that I'm very proud for us to be delivering and continue to deliver on a daily basis. But I welcome those reports, and as always, I welcome that external scrutiny. Since we last met as a council, you may have noticed that we had Christmas. And what a wonderful Christmas it was here in Medway. Let me just tell you a few of the reasons why it was. At the Central Theatre, Kent's leading entertainment venue, more than 26,000 people attended and enjoyed Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh, yes, they did. And in particular, oh, yes, they did. No one's behind me. Everyone's behind me. Thank you for that. And I want to take a moment in particular to recognise one of the new things that we've introduced in the last couple of years, and that's relaxed performances. And I'll quote directly from a message our theatres team received. You should be proud of the work you've all done, and allowing the children to be their true selves means a lot to the families and communities. Giving them a safe space to be able to enjoy what others do. The way you've accommodated all to SEN is incredible. And that's really powerful, and I want to thank that individual for taking the time to recognise that. All children matter in Medway, and we will do everything we can to make sure, as much as practically possible, all children can enjoy whatever we're offering across the Medway towns. And of course, as well as those wonderful comments, we also received a 4-star review in The Stage, which, if you care about those things, is pretty impressive. We also had the tremendous Rochester market returning for its 15th year, foot forwards on an upward trend across all days that we were open, over 100 trading pitches across the castle grounds, and again, 3 relaxed shopping sessions, trying to make sure all Medway residents can access that important festive event. Over 130,000 people visited throughout that whole session. And of course, as was well documented, we had to cope with Storm Dara. And I want to thank Councillor Nina Garung for her personal support in this matter, the events team and the community of Rochester, businesses and the wider community for their genuine One Medway approach, which was taken through those challenging conditions. And of course, it wasn't just in Chatham and Rochester. Whether it was tractors in Hoo, carols being sung in Gillingham, there was a huge amount of Christmas cheer. But as we heard in the previous motion, of course, we had the huge challenge with the families and individuals impacted by the water in Strood. And I absolutely wholeheartedly look forward to signing those letters with the Chief Executive to say thank you to the staff. We're going to talk about the English Devolution white paper later on, so I won't dwell too much here. Just to say at this point, I really want to welcome the cross-party approach we had in this room. We had a very helpful cross-party all-member briefing. More than 40 members were present and asking very helpful, pointed, appropriate questions, focusing on the questions and issues that they would absolutely want to. We'll talk about that more later on in the agenda. And then I want to move, finally, at this point, as I always do, to say why I'm proud to be Medway. And as always, there's a number of reasons. You know, we've opened Ascend. My goodness, if you haven't been to Ascend yet, go there. It's phenomenal. If you ever wanted a tangible showing of why Medway is open for business, that's happening right now. We could have decided as a cabinet and as administration to say, actually, that's not right for us now. We've got to look at other things. We proceeded. We made that happen. We had the fantastic Rainham Reimagined meeting just last night. Really excited to, again, be working with residents and key stakeholders to look at what the future of Rainham Town Centre could be. We had the opening of the Wharf Housing. It was great to be with you, Mayor Nesteroff, and other colleagues, with a great partnership approach in supporting those residents over 55 who want to stay in good quality accommodation in Rochester. In Medway, we hosted the Kent Charity Awards, the Medway Business Awards, the Medway Sports Awards, and the Make a Difference Awards. And absolutely, for the avoidance of doubt, without a single penny cost to taxpayers, all paid for through sponsorship. And of course, it wasn't awards here in Medway. We were getting national recognition, both for our public health teams and for our Safer Streets team. People looking on at Medway and saying, we want to do what you're doing. And we know there's already conversations as well about sharing the important work of child-friendly Medway. People want to take that model and see that elsewhere in the country. And I mentioned Make a Difference Awards, and I want to just take 30 seconds to thank and recognise an individual who's retiring from Medway Council, Jane Ringham, who all of us will know here. Single-handedly, we talk a lot about democracy in this chamber. She keeps democracy going in this community and has done both here and in other parts of London and the South East throughout her career. She, if anybody deserves a long and happy retirement, it is Jane. So I'm sure on behalf of every councillor, she's always there when we're getting elected. That's a good thing too. We wish her well. And then two final things, Mayor Nesteroff. Firstly, I'm proud to be Medway, and if you're proud to be Medway, you've got an opportunity to nominate people who have made you proud to be Medway. The deadline has been extended to the end of the month. So if you know that community group, that individual who makes a difference, I know people here who have nominated winners in the past, whether it's someone young, someone who's got a passion about their environmental contacts in their community, someone who's fundraising beyond belief, someone who's involved in sports, the creative industry, whatever it might be, you can shine a light on them. And then finally, Mayor Nesteroff, I want to highlight, of course, how really proud I am to be Medway. So, of course, the English Devolution White Paper will pose a lot of questions for us. And ultimately, it will pose a question about this very council. So one of the things I've done since we've last met, and I'll share this with all colleagues when I sit down, I've written to Minister Baroness Sharon Taylor, a good friend of us here in the Medway Labour and Cooperative Group, to ask government to seek consideration on an exceptional basis to grant Medway city status. It's the right thing to do to recognise the quarter of a century plus of this council. It's the right thing to do to recognise our unique position, both in the South East, but actually across England, whether it's castle to cathedral, peninsula to dockyard, and all of the other things, the 285,000 individual stories that truly come together to make a one Medway approach. I hope government look at that favourably. There is no process, there is no competition. For the avoidance of doubt, the cost of this bid was me pressing send on an email. If there's any FOIs coming in on that, I can help you, don't bother. And look, I want the people of Medway to be proud. Whatever happens next, and we'll talk a bit about that later on in the agenda when we get to the white paper, I think now is the time to put on the map once and for all Medway the city, and that's why I sent that letter. Thank you, Mayor Nesteroff.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. That's great news to hear. I hope it is successful. Before we move to debate, I just want to say I also had the pleasure of working with Jane Ringham for the last 2 years, first as deputy mayor, then as the mayor, and I just must say she's a joy to work with, and she's very, very, very knowledgeable, always sorting any problem I had, and she's going to leave a role that's going to be very hard to fill, but still, I wish her very happy retirement and hope she enjoys every minute of it. So now we're going to go to the group leaders. I'm going to Councillor Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I firstly start by seconding everything that you said and the Leader of the Council said about Jane Ringham, a committed and dedicated officer to this Council, but also to Southwark Council and various others over her long and distinguished career. And we wish her, through you, Mr. Mayor, and the Chief Executive, all the best for her retirement. The CQC inspection provided a timely review of Medway's adult social care services at a crucial time, given its place in the future of the Council's financial sustainability of the service, as well as the quality of the service for those accessing it. I would too like to thank staff in particular for their work within the inspection and for their continued efforts in driving improvements. There is a lot of work to do, but I know that through the Health and Adult Social Care Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Wildey will engage working cross-party to help drive those improvements through the Scrutiny Committee process. Similarly, the regulator of social housing has provided an important assurance about the Council's social housing. Accessing safe and quality housing is absolutely essential, and I was pleased to read about the quality of the service and in particular the accuracy of audit, and I think that achieving C2 under the new framework is particularly impressive, and well done to all involved in the teams. I was too pleased to join events across Medway over Christmas, and as Medway did itself proud once again. Whether it be the services at Rochester Cathedral, at St Margaret's Church in Rainham, the Chatham Dockyards immersive festive adventure, there was something for all. And I was touched by the Dean of Rochester Cathedral's annual Christmas message, which I'd guide members to if they haven't already read it. Since the council was last met, I would be remiss, Mr Mayor, not to mention our new leader, the leader of His Majesty's official opposition, Kemi Badenoch. As a party, we are building a movement around Kemi, and I would like to thank her team, in particular the Chief of Staff, Lee Rowley, and our two-party chairmen, who have both been down to Medway since their appointments. I will save the conversation for the latter item on devolution, but I'm pleased to support the leader's request for city status for Medway, and I'm happy, as I said to him outside of this meeting, to raise it with the shadow ministerial team. But Mr Mayor, all eyes after today's meeting will move to the budget, which the leader will lay at the end of next month. The first under a Labour government, with a Labour council and with 3 Labour members of Parliament under this leader. And of course, at a crucial time for the council. The council still has a significant in-year overspend, a medium-term financial outlook which shows budget gaps of tens of millions of pounds, and Labour have talked big for years against our Secretaries of State. Will they deliver? It's not clear, Mr Mayor, but we'll find out. Time will tell. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect, for your response. Councillor Crozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Leader, for your report. And can I just add to the list of Christmas activities that went on? I attended the Rochester Cathedral on the first Sunday after Epiphany to an event that is called, and I've never heard of it, and it's the first in the agricultural calendar for the church, is Plough Sunday. It was an amazing service, and I saw no other council there, and I wonder why this council doesn't send a representation to that service. A wonderful opportunity. Mr Mayor, this government is keen to push forward to a devolved system of local government right across the country. To hasten that devolution, Medway has applied to take part in the initial process. Of course, we are well placed in Medway as an established unitary authority to be a leading part of that movement. However, Mr Mayor, residents are wary of change and will want to see transparent debate throughout the devolution transition. I am hopeful and thankful, if that comes to fruition, that the independent group will be part of that cross-party transparent process as we move forward together. Mr Mayor, there is much talk about the eventual numbers of strategic authorities to be formed in Kent, and in particular, what other local authorities will combine with Medway to form the new strategic authority. Whatever the outcome looks like, a local plan will remain fundamental to the future development of Medway, now as a unitary authority and within any new strategic authority in the future. Last night I was pleased to attend the local plan working group for the first time and to hear an update of the progress being made on that development plan. Leader, can I thank you for your decision to include the independent group into another cross-party plan-making process. The independent group represents a large proportion of the residents on the Greater Hoo Peninsula and look forward to contributing to their plan positively. Mr Mayor, I read through the report given by the Deputy Leader at the last Health and Adult Social Care ONS meeting. It was obvious that changes and improvements have been made. It was obvious too that positive plans are in place for the future. Although CQC scored us a few points short of where we would have liked to have been, I believe they could see clearly an improvement and a robust system. Residents are keen for change, but older residents are struggling to navigate access to primary care, which we do not have direct control of. I would ask the Deputy Leader to consider what future measures or further measures she could take to educate or help older residents who often do not have access to the internet to navigate a quicker or more effective access to primary care. Finally, Mr Mayor, can I add to the tribute paid by the Leader and Opposition Leader to Jane Ringham? On my introduction to democratic services in the days following the 2022 by-election, Jane was the first smiling face I encountered. She has guided me, and I'm sure most of us, through the election processes and all that that means. She is always upbeat and enthusiastic. All members, I'm sure, must hold fond memories of Jane. I wish her well in the future. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crozer. I open the floor for debate. I'm going to go to Councillor Hackwell first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Leader, for your report. I'll just try and go through in order that you mentioned things. So we talk about the first inspection, the social housing inspection. C2 is not a bad result for our first inspection, as it pointed out in the paper. It's the second place rather than first place, but it's second out of 4, so we could have been worse. I think that there are some weaknesses, as pointed out in the report, and one of the things that worried me slightly was that the records that were not up to date, 45% of our quality records are not up to date, and that's something that does need fixing, and fixing quite quickly if we don't know the condition of our houses. So I hope we have a plan together to get that into place. The second is the CQC inspection. Again, we only got a requires improvement, so again, it wasn't as tremendous as the children's one that we got a good. So I am thinking that we need tremendous improvement we made in the last administration in children's, where we moved it up from requires improvement to good. I hope we can do exactly the same for the adult social services during your administration. You mentioned Christmas, and you mentioned several things like the panto, etc. I would like to actually say you didn't mention the waste. The previous year's Christmas waste collection was not very good. But credit where credit's due, this year we had a very good waste collection, and it went far better than last year. But I am concerned, reading the draft budget today, that's in for the next week's business overview, we see that there is some money in there for charging residents for a second brown bin. So we are changing some of the things we are doing in waste collection. I'd like you to confirm to me that in your manifesto you stated that we would keep all weekly bin collections and all types of waste will be collected during your administration. So I'd like that to confirm, because I think that's important that everybody out there should understand it. As you've mentioned several times tonight, we've been a unitary authority for nearly a quarter of a century. And we're going to debate devolution soon, but I would just say I'm glad that we've set up a working party, a cross-party working party, and I'm pleased to be invited to be a member of that party. I think I have got some concerns about the EFS and the amount of money that we're having to borrow in the draft budget. It's at tens of 40 million or something that we're going to be overspending in the next year's budget, and the amount of money that's going to cost us in interest payments is not a good idea. So I am very concerned about that, and I recognise my time is just about up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov, and I think it's really important, Vince, to thank you for your leadership on devolution. It was something that we knew was coming. We didn't think it was going to come quite so quickly, and for a whole month before Christmas, there's been an enormous amount of work. But I think all members would recognise that you have been seen as somebody to whom politicians can look to for a fair democratic deal. This item wouldn't be coming to full council if it hadn't been for you insisting that it was there, making sure that officers gave a briefing. We'll talk a little bit more about this later, hopefully not too much later. But it is very clear that we're in a strong position. We are the only unitary authority in Kent. Kent has got enough people to make a regional mayoral authority on our own. I'm optimistic that we'll be in the priority programme, although we don't know that yet. And more than that, we've got some experience to offer. Richard, through you and other people in the council who were there the last time there was local government reform. But I think your forbearance, your determination to involve everybody has been important. And in some of the questions, and indeed some of the comments, there's been some rubbish talked about what it is. It actually is a democratic process with the potential to bring more money, more power to Medway, and a great deal for our residents. On the CQC, I welcome everybody's positive comments. Councillor Wildey's got a question later. We had an excellent discussion about the report at Scrutiny. I'm incredibly proud of the staff In a year, they have turned what was clearly an inadequate service into very nearly a good service, only 4 points off, actually, a good rating. And I do thank Jackie Brown particularly for the leadership that she has shown in also restructuring the service so that together we'll have better management accountability, we will have better financial control, and 80 new staff giving our residents the very best service that they absolutely deserve to have.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the Leader of the Council for his report. Now, I know this is a very big ask, and it's going to be an incredible feat if it happens, but I think this council, both groups, should actually ask the people of the Medway towns if they want to have city status, Medway city status, but possibly they might even want Rochester city status. You know, we lost it. Well, we didn't lose it. It was cancelled on purpose by the outgoing Rochester Labour Council. So I think if we can please have some democratic input on something which is important because it's identity, it's going to be imposed upon the people of our borough. So please, can we actually ask local residents if they want this status? It will be amazing, and I know it's going to be a massive feat to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I don't have any other member indicating that they wishes to speak, so I'm going to go back to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all of the contributions, some of which I agree with, some of which I don't. Councillor Perfect, thank you very much for your comments and your conversations. We've had many conversations over the last few weeks. I think they've been helpful, mature, and make sure that we are, where appropriate, singing collectively to the other people in this process, both around the rest of Kent and indeed in the other structures. We won't agree on everything in this process, we know that, but I think where we can agree collectively, we should do and send that clear message. I wish Kemi the very best of luck in her long tenure as the Leader of the Opposition for hopefully at least 10 years. And on the budget, and I want to pick that up, of course, and thank you for the contribution, Gary, as well, Councillor Hackwell, very, very helpful. We are not stopping the journey of financial sustainability. This doesn't mean we take the foot off the pedal. That does mean some difficult decisions. And it does mean, of course, we will have a budget meeting in February, so if Councillor Pearce wants to tell me where he's cutting £250,000 to hold a Medway-wide referendum, I'd be happy to hear that in his budget amendment in February. I won't be supporting that. It's quite clear we're getting on with that particular request which has been submitted. George, I thank you for your contribution and your involvement. I would respectfully say if we had proceeded tonight, I would have probably had to withdraw that support for you being in that group because that could have put our whole local plan at risk. So I'm grateful to the independent group for taking the approach they have to put that amendment on, so that motion on hold, and we'll get that legal advice and we'll share that with everyone appropriately. And I think we'll pick up some of the wider issues from that process in our group leaders meeting when we meet shortly. Gary, thank you for, Councillor Hackwell, thank you for remembering our many pledges. We only had 5 pledges, and one of them was around bins and waste. We've been quite clear that if you use one brown bin, you will not be charged for that. That will continue to be the case. If you're using excessive council resources, we will bring in a modest charge. That will be one of our proposals. We recognise that. But if you compare it to what some places across Kent are charged for their first brown bin, I think you'll still find us in a competitive position. And to my friend and Deputy Leader, I want to thank you for your support. There have been genuinely points where I've had to be in 3 meetings about devolution at the same time. That's not possible. So your support there, as well as all of the work you've been doing, particularly supporting Jackie Brown and the team as you come through that process. So I thank you and Llewellyn for the work you've done on that. And we'll move shortly to the discussion on devolution. I want that to be a collective, collaborative approach. I want that to be an open approach, as we'll talk about in the paper later on. There'll be several opportunities for Medway residents who ultimately I want to have their voice heard at the heart of this to have their say as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple, for your report. Moving on to the next agenda item, which is members' question. We're halfway through, almost. So moving on to members' question, we now have 20 minutes to answer 13 questions listed on the agenda. Any questions not dealt with this evening will receive written responses instead. Answers to questions must not exceed 3 minutes in length, please. Councillor Spalding, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the 8th of July 2024, the new Labour Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, in her first speech, that speech is getting a lot of airing tonight, promised 300 additional planning officers across the country. Chatting about this to the new MP for Rochester and Strood, I was advised in Medway's case it didn't have to be a planner, but could be a much-needed planning enforcement officer. Could the portfolio holder confirm Medway has received the funds to recruit and pay for an additional officer when this person is likely to be in post, or is it simply another case of a Labour Party making a promise and not keeping it? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Curry, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mayor Nestroff, and thank you very much, Councillor Spalding, for your question. It is great news that the Chancellor has recognised the need to properly resource planning departments with the officers and skills necessary to make sure all local authorities have a local plan in place as soon as possible, and also that there are staff within the development and management team of sufficient experience and with the skills to properly process within the necessary timescales the significant number of applications for sustainable development that need to be delivered to deliver the homes we and the country need in the right places and with the right infrastructure. The government has specifically set aside a £46 million package of investment specifically to recruit and train 300 graduate and apprentice planners. We will be looking at the criteria for that and submitting a bid shortly. There is also a £14.8 million sum set aside to support local authorities with local plan delivery and Greenbelt review subject to meeting all the necessary criteria. While we do not meet the criteria of local plan delivery, nor on our own do we meet the criteria for Greenbelt review as part of the cross-border working with Gravesham, we will be submitting a bid for funding to support the Greenbelt review. The Greenbelt on the Gravesham side of Medway is significantly larger than our small amount, which is why they might get the funding, but we wouldn't. So that's what we're working on. The government is also funding the not-for-profit public practice, whose aim is to assist local authorities to recruit mid and senior level professionals by matching candidates to vacancies. While we do not have such vacancies at present, having recently undergone a successful recruitment campaign following a restructure of the planning service last year, we will, if necessary, utilise public practice in the future. The recruitment campaign included filling the important derelict and empty properties officer post with the planning enforcement team. The Council has been successful in securing £750,000 of funding to support advancements in digital planning, for which we are now one of the leading councils in the country. And anyone who's not tried it should give it a go. It's quite remarkable. My officers are currently rolling out a series of training evenings for members on digital planning to show how it can assist ward councillors in helping their constituents. I specifically mention this because not only is this the way forward for planning authorities in the future, but it helps to free up professional staff from more mundane tasks so that they can focus on their areas of professional expertise. In this respect, the use of digital within the introduction of how to report a breach of planning has already reduced the number of invalid complaints, such as schemes that already have planning or do not need planning, by over 30%. What this means is that our planning enforcement staff, rather than having to spend significant time checking whether a complaint is valid, only to find that there is no breach for one reason or another, can then focus on their considerable expertise on actually investigating the acknowledged breaches and resolving them.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much. There's only a little bit left. So.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce, please, may I have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interests of wanting to hear all the responses to the questions as written.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Maple, would you please respond?
I will thank you for your question. It's not, and I referred to the answer from Councillor Curry to question 7L for some of the wider context to that site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Councillor Mandarakas, can I please have your question?
As written, please.
Thank you, Councillor Mandarakas. Councillor Coombs, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question. Despite claims that state schools would be overwhelmed by applications for places for children attending private schools following the removal of the VAT exemption, I can confirm that we've had fewer than 10 inquiries from parents of pupils in private schools, many of a general nature rather than requesting a school place for their children. And we've not seen a notable number of children actually moving school.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. Councillor Tijan, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the portfolio holder tell the Council what proportion of the Council's revenue spent on staff salaries for 2022-2023, 2023-2024, and 24-2025? In giving her answer, can she split this between gross pay, pension contributions, additional allowance, and sick pay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Councillor Van Dijk.
Councillor Tijan. In drawing inference from the question, I would first say that we've just heard about the great efforts of staff during the water outage in Strood North, and I welcome the proposed 5% pay increase for our staff. Whilst we may always need to rely on some locums, the Council has been reliant on a number of expensive locums to maintain services due to difficulties in creating significant financial pressures. So regarding your particular question, the figures you have requested are being circulated to members now and are being shared on screen for viewers watching the live stream. These figures are based on payroll data recorded in the Council's financial management system for general fund services. It excludes information relating to schools and the housing revenue account. The 2024-25 forecast figures are based on an extrapolation of actual spend in the year up to December 2024, shown as a proportion of the total budget for the year to make the comparison to prior years meaningful. So you should be receiving the paper now.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk. Councillor Warrens, may I please have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Labour budget on the 31st of October delivered the largest tax increases since World War II and have had a dramatic impact on growth, employment and investment. When the Labour government came into power, it inherited the fastest growing economy in the G7. Post-budget, Britain is highly likely to be facing nil growth in the short to medium term. Can the portfolio holder set out his own analysis of the budget's likely impact on the Medway economy, with particular reference to the private sector, employment and investment? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Councillor Mayhew, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Lawrence. As ever, I do always look forward to your questions. Straight off the bat, the claim that we inherited the fastest growing economy in G7 just isn't true. When the Conservative Party was asked by an independent fact checker what they based it on, they didn't respond, which is, I'm afraid, just isn't a luxury I have in this instance. But let's imagine that it was true. If you crash the economy and bring it to a standstill, like the Liz Truss budget did, of course you will grow quickly. You've just been standing still, and pent-up demand and finance capital will find its way through the economy. But on to the Labour budget and my analysis. What I am hearing from business locally is fundamentally an understanding of the finances that we inherited from the previous Conservative government, as well as two other key points that they raised with me. Number one, they do not like surprises. They want stability and investment. And Mayor Nestorov, investment requires stable governance. And the UK, and more importantly Medway, is open to that investment. Just 2 days ago, as previously mentioned, the Telegraph reported, that bastion of Labour values, that the UK has just toppled Germany as the #1 investment spot in Europe. The juicy details include the growth forecasts that claim that UK will be the fastest growing major European economy over the next 2 years, with the IMF said that growth is now expected to accelerate to 1.6% in 2025 and 1.5% in 2026, outstripping fellow European economies in Germany, France, and Italy. And that is sort of the newest headlines that are coming out, as opposed to what we've been hearing for the past 2-3 weeks. The second thing businesses mention is that they want a workforce that is skilled and, more importantly, healthy. After years of neglect, the number of long-term sick in the economy has reached far too high a level. There's a lack of skills, and that work that was needed straight after COVID was not done. I'm hearing that loud and clear, so I'm pleased to see that the government is looking at the workforce, the industrial strategy, and healthcare as one connected whole. Businesses understand that a healthy workforce, even if we have to pay for it now, will see multifold returns in productivity and an improvement in the vitality of our businesses. I want Medway to benefit from that, and I would like to outline what we're doing to do just that when answering Councillor Lang later on. But in terms of private sector employment, let's look at a major employer in Medway, for example, that's been critical of the October budget. The supermarket Morrison's, great fish counter, but they claim that the additional 75 million that they're going to have to pay because of national insurance contributions will lead to job losses and higher prices. But on the other side, the private equity firm that bought them, CD&R, should have considered the margins that they had when buying a critical piece of infrastructure in the UK when they loaded it with debt, the annual interest payments of which alone each year are 400 million just on interest. And they loaded up that company with debt to reduce the corporation tax, but at the same time, the businesses still rely on publicly maintained roads and the workforce that's kept healthy and educated by the public purse.
Thank you very much for your answer. Moving on to next question. Councillor Spring, please, may I have your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to the portfolio holder for Community Safety, Highways and Enforcement, Councillor Patterson. Gillingham and Rainham is amongst the top 5 most dangerous towns in Kent. For the whole of England, Wales, Northern Ireland as a whole, this area is the 32nd most dangerous major town. Of those, the most common crimes, which are those actually recorded, are violence and sexual offences. The figures, which are the most recent for 2023, had 5,114 offences. Put it another way, just over 14 a day in Gillingham and Rainham alone. I turn to my ward, where month on month we appear to be having more crimes reported. It is beyond acceptable. In the past 3 months alone, which was August, September, October, Rainham North has had 254 serious crimes reported, or 2.8 a day in those 92 days. That's nearly 3 serious crimes reported every day. Your predecessor made bold claims that you were stepping down on this. I would not say stepping down, more lightly dabbing a toe, if that. You and your party, locally and nationally, are letting my constituents and the public down. Crime is rising in Rainham North, and they are amongst the worst in the whole of Kent and the country. More needs to be done. What are you going to do to stop or prevent this violent and sexual offences and other serious crimes from increasing in my ward?
Thank you, Councillor Spring, for your question. Councillor Patterson, would you please respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Spring. Despite being no shrinking violet, it's disappointing to yet again be asked for comment on another councillor's words rather than my own. 7 months in, if Councillor Spring feels let down by what me and Yvette Cooper haven't managed to fix yet, imagine my own disappointment at 14 years of his party making catastrophic cuts to the police service, presiding over a rise in recorded crime, unmanageable police force budget deficits, the dismantling of neighbourhood policing, and the near destruction of the probation service. This authority approaches the broad issue of crime through the Community Safety Partnership, which brings together the key agencies involved in crime prevention and community safety work, namely Medway Council, Kent Police, the Probation Service, Kent Fire and Rescue, Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board. Each year we conduct an annual community safety strategic assessment to collate and analyse data and crime patterns, the last being carried out in autumn 2024. Following last year's 4% decrease in recorded crime, there has been a further decrease by 9% between April 2023 and 2024. In addition, cases of ASB have declined in the 2023-2024 period, falling by 3%. The neighbourhood model established by Kent Police has continued to develop with beat officers for every ward in Medway, as well as a child-centred policing and neighbourhood task force team. This has seen greater partnership links with beat officers able to establish effective relationships with key stakeholders in their areas, improving communication and the sharing of intelligence. The issue of violence against women and girls was highlighted as a priority in the 2024 assessment, and the partners have undertaken a number of important projects in this area. In relation to the broader issue of violent crime, Kent and Medway Violence Reduction Unit reports reductions in public place serious violence, including involving those under 25 across the county, which have been sustained since 2021. The reductions that have been seen in Medway are around 15%, which is very positive. The issue of violent and sexual offences is, of course, an area of concern, both nationally and locally, and I would reassure Councillor Spring it will remain an important priority for the partners in the Community Safety Partnership.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, for your response. Councillor Wildy, please may I have your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the Deputy Leader, Councillor Murray, update the Council on the outcomes of the Care Quality Commissioner's assessment of Medway Council's Adult Social Care Service? And in doing so, what actions will be put in place to drive further improvements within the service? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wildy, and for the positive comments you gave to the media when the result of the Care Quality Commission's assurance inspection was announced last week. As you're aware, we received a requires improvement rating, but at 59%, only 4 percentage points away from a good rating. In the 9 areas of judgment, 6 were rated requires improvement and 3 were rated as good. The inspection started in March 2024 with on-site visits in August, and I'm grateful to our adult social care team, partners in the health and care family, the providers we commission, as well as those we care for and their family carers who participated in the process. When Labour won control of the Council in 2023, senior officers made it clear that adult social care was operating at inadequate. Self-assessment and outcomes indicated this was so. The division was woefully under-resourced, having endured cuts in a reorganisation in 2017, leaving it short-staffed and unable to meet legal obligations on waiting lists and assessments, and at a time when demand was rising, as it continues to do so. I gained support for additional investment of £2.5 million from Cabinet colleagues and have worked with senior officers to plan a restructure to improve management accountability, put better financial controls in place, restore vital back office support and recruit 80 new staff. This goes live at the beginning of March, and I'm proud of the way staff responded so positively to the new challenges. Indeed, their pride in their work was specifically noticed by the CQC, and in just over a year, they have already lifted up the service to get close to a good rating. These are the actions that were put in place to drive improvement, even before the CQC inspection was announced, and together with ongoing support from the Local Government Association's partners in care, our own improvement board and oversight board, as well as continuing to introduce new assistive technologies to help maintain people's independence for as long as possible, we will continue through a much strengthened self-assessment process and improvement plan to ensure that residents in Medway have the very best service possible.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Anang, please may I have your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question goes to the Portfolio Order for Economic and Social Regeneration and Inward Investment. I read from the newspaper that Greversham Borough Council has recently secured or lobbied for, from the UK government, funding. And currently they are offering a grants of up to £1,000 to new and existing tourism and hospitality businesses in the borough. the Medway Labour and Cooperative Group being the darling boy of the Prime Minister and being a champion of small and medium businesses. I would like to find out from the portfolio holder if they have any plans of securing such funding from the government to support the tourism and hospitality businesses in Medway.
Thank you, Councillor Nang. Councillor Mayhew, would you please respond?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Nang. It's good to see Gravesham Borough Council offering business grants, and as you'd expect from the darling group of the Prime Minister and the champion of small, medium businesses, we already offer several grants open to tourism, hospitality, and other businesses and organisations. For example, the Partners for Growth grant, the Partners for Green Growth grant schemes offering up to $2,500 for businesses to start up, grow, and also help reduce their carbon footprint. The UK Shared Prosperity Fund grant, which last year most notably enabled the biggest Chinese New Year parade in the UK outside of London, with a footfall due to, it counted over 4,000 people. It also enabled a £500 grant scheme for businesses in the High Street Heritage Action Zone, following the Revitalise and Repair scheme, granting up to 80% of costs towards improving hospitality businesses, shop fronts, and helping towards the opening of a new cafe and bakery. As well as Medway Heritage Place grant funding programme, funding 24 heritage projects, a total of $110,000 in 2024, supporting initiatives with a strong development focus, including new visitor economy experiences and interpretation to support tourist visits, all of which, well, the majority of which is available from funding that we got from the government, that we successfully lobbied for, that we've then successfully leveraged against to further, in further rounds, to spend on Medway and tourism in Medway specifically. As well as that, we have various group workshops for businesses, startup business space, including Hopewell Drive, Pier Road, Innovation Centre and others, and also the Medway Business and Skills Showcase, which, if comparing to other councils or other district councils, just simply don't match or offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhew. We're going to take a last question because we're going to run out of time. Councillor Hine, please may I have your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for the Deputy Leader of the Council, Councillor Murray. The Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board commenced operations on the 1st of July 2022. In the ICB's latest report for the 2023 to 24, the organisation spent over £2 million on redundancy payments for just 28 staff. 3 staff received £160,000 each, and 6 staff received £132,000 each. In the same period, the chair's salary increased from between £55,000 to £60,000 to between £70,000 to £75,000, and the chief executive's salary increased from between £175,000 to £180,000 to between £245,000 to £250,000. In light of the ongoing financial pressures in the ICB and the Kent and Medway integrated care system, is this good use of public funds?
Thank you, Councillor Hine.
Councillor Hine, I don't intend to comment on redundancy settlements, as those who have lost jobs will have benefited from local agreements, which are individually offered and settled through an agreed process. ICBs were set up in 2022 under the last Conservative government, and the salaries of senior ICB staff are determined by a local remuneration committee, but permission from the Secretary of State must be sought if the salaries of senior executives exceed £240,000. Salaries of senior executives are intended to reflect the size and health complexity of the population each ICB serves. Given the impact of your last government's austerity regime and the resulting cost of living crisis, these very high salaries do compare unfavourably with those of frontline NHS staff. And in my view, there is room for greater democratic accountability on executive salary spend, and going forward, greater consideration should be given to value for money on performance at board level.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. All the questions that were unanswered will receive a written response instead, because we run out of time. Moving on to agenda item 11, the English devolution white papers, bringing forward devolution, welcome government reorganization. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you. I'm being asked by my colleagues just to say as written, but I think for this one item, I may use a little bit more of my time. Mayor Nesteroff, it's not often you start a debate in a council chamber which will ultimately end with that council chamber ceasing to exist. But as we start this conversation tonight, that is ultimately what part of this process will be. I want to formally move the recommendations as laid out in paragraph 1, and I'll talk about all 3 of those as we move forward. This government, our government, my government that I'm proud of, that's working hard for residents in Medway and across the country, has clearly laid at the forefront of its legislative programme the issue of devolution for England. And I think that's welcome. If you think back to the pandemic, and there were the meetings with the Prime Minister, it was quite clear who was speaking for Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland. It was never really clear who was speaking for England. So an equalling up of devolution powers is to be welcomed. And I think we will play our part in that. As you can see in the paper tonight, this is a process which is moving very, very quickly. So we were written to just over a month ago on the 16th of December. It's remarkable to think that in that time we've moved so far, but we have. And I want to thank members in this chamber. As I said earlier on, we brought together more than 40 members for a very helpful session. And actually, that session was very clear to me that there was an appetite for us to move quickly to get on with devolution, to frankly take back control of some of the things which I know are a burden on people's lives. For me, the example I always use is public transport. I'm insanely jealous of the B network in Greater Manchester. I want that for the people of Medway and Kent. And the way we get that is by using those powers that that new mayor will have. So tonight's paper is clear. We're making progress. And because of that conversation, the support we had at that informative session, I was pleased to sign, along with the leader of Kent County Council, a clear letter to government saying that we wish our region, with the 2 sub-regions of Kent and Medway, to be considered for the priority programme. We will hopefully hear about that next week. The anticipation is by the end of January. We also know next Friday we will also receive an invitation to consider local government reorganisation, and we will do that in due course. And what's clear from the white paper is whatever our view on any of this, ultimately a local government across England will change. Actually, it will not feel that different to the people of Medway. We've had, as I say, a quarter of a century plus of having a unitary authority. It works just well for us. I think it does. It's the most efficient way of doing local government. So tonight's paper makes that very clear. It gives us a starting point democratically in this chamber to recognise that that letter has been signed between myself and Roger Goff. To delegate authority to myself and the Chief Executive, recognising that when we go to some meetings, other organisations have an army of staff supporting this. At the moment, we've got some really hard-working staff who've got a pretty big day job who are doing this on top. So despite the challenges financially, it is the right thing for us to do to seek the appropriate support, and that is likely to change through the next 3 or 4 years. And then really importantly, to set up a cross-party members working group. And I'm grateful to members, they are named in the report, who have put themselves forward. And I think that will be an important body that will work hard on this very quick programme. I want to say directly to the residents of Medway, ultimately, this is your council, this is your local government. So I'd really encourage, we know that if we're a priority place, there'll be a consultation happening in March on the potential mayoralty. There will absolutely be public consultation on the future of local government structures. Please play your part, get involved. And then finally, I want to give a personal thanks not only to my deputy leader, but also to the chief executive. Richard and I spoke to over 1,300 staff today. a really helpful session. And we will do more of that. We will do that at Medway Matters Live, at our Medway Live, and wherever else the conversations need to happen. This is a start of a process which ultimately, I believe, will lead to better outcomes for the people of Medway, better chances, better life chances, and ultimately an efficient set of local government structures.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported?
Yes, Mayor Nestorov, and I'll speak now.
Thank you, Councillor Murray.
So once again, you know, thanks due to you, Vince, for the leadership that you've shown amongst district and borough authorities for whom this has been a more painful process. And I think being very clear that we take into account the views of all of those councillors across Kent who work hard for their residents has been really important in getting a determination between ourselves and Kent County Council that this process can go forward. And that's no mean feat. And I don't think it was always a feature of the relationship between Medway and Kent, but it definitely is now. I wanted to draw people's attention to the part of the report that talks about the resources to do this. It's going to take work, and we are not well-resourced with policy officers, so the things in the paper that give the Chief Executive some support to go forward and talk about the resources we need are really important. We've been promised extra support from civil servants, and I do want to record, particularly from Vince and I, but actually from the whole council, our thanks to Jim McMahon, who has been a fantastic minister on this. He has taken a lot of criticism. He's dealt with all of the questions that he's received with grace and aplomb and understanding about how people feel, and made himself incredibly available, which I think actually is going the extra mile and shows what Labour ministers are prepared to do when they want to get behind something they believe in. This is a legacy of Labour. Regional government was started by John Prescott, who led the process of regional government and devolution. English devolution was left out of this process, and it's coming now. And I want us to embrace it with enthusiasm. And I was thrilled to hear today, while I was on a meeting with the Local Government Association, that over 1,000 staff joined the question and answer with Vince and with Richard, showing their enthusiasm and curiosity and concerns about this process, and demonstrating, I think, to them how open and transparent we're prepared to be, and we will continue to do that. However, we still need to get on with Medway. If we're going to become greater Medway, even greater Medway, that is fantastic. I'll be looking forward to that. But in the meantime, we've got lots and lots of things that we have to deliver now. So it's not business as usual anymore. It's business as usual with devolution. All of the important projects that we're prioritising to give our residents a better quality of life, to improve job opportunities for everybody, to increase our local economic growth and give our staff opportunities. After all, the majority of them are Medway residents too. All of those things are wrapped up in this process, and we're not going to take our foot off the gas in terms of making sure that that delivery happens. We're not going to get diverted by devolution. We're going to embrace it, we're going to include it in the work of the council, and we're going to make sure that we get the very best deal that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I'm going to open the floor for debate. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I join the leader in thanking him for the engagement that we've had, and I know with Councillor Crozer as well, on this important matter. The English devolution white paper, Mr. Mayor, will have profound consequences on Medway, but I do believe opportunities too. As an opposition, we've had lots of discussion on this and have committed to working pragmatically with the administration, as well as colleagues across the County Council and the districts and boroughs, to ensure that Kent and Medway gets the absolute best outcome from the changes ahead. Being within the priority programme for devolution and local government reorganisation gives Kent and Medway the best chance that it can to shape its own future. I would like to place on record that it is my opinion that Kent County Council themselves obviously have their own comments on the matter of elections that was referred to in the leaders' matter earlier on, and obviously we'll deal with that with government directly. My thanks, though, in particular to Conservative Group leader colleagues across the county as well, including KCC leader Roger Goff and others across Kent. There's been lots of good discussion, I know, with the leader and others as well, but I do believe there is genuine cross-party collaboration across the county to ensure that our residents get the best from the changes ahead. Can also, Mr Mayor, thank our own Shadow Ministerial team, Shadow Secretary of State Kevin Hollinrake, Shadow Local Government Ministers David Simmons and Lord Jameson for their engagement on the future of Kent and Medway. I actually met with them earlier on today and others at the Local Government Association, and it was a really productive meeting talking about some of these issues. We're firm believers, as Medway Conservatives, in unitary authorities. We know it's worked here. However, we are clear that future changes must have the support from the districts and the boroughs, must make financial sense, and actually, as the Deputy Leader says, services cannot suffer whilst any local government reorganisation takes place. And these three tests will be driving our engagement on the future of local government and the devolution settlement in our area. I look forward to continuing to work with colleagues on this, fully support the recommendations. I'm very much looking forward to working through the cross-party working party on these matters as we move ahead. And the Conservative Group fully support the report. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Mark Prenta.
Thank you. I support the application for Medway Council to be approved to join the priority programme. The early opportunities will benefit the residents of Medway, and I welcome us as members being bold, being brave and being in control of our destiny from the start of this devolution programme and take all the opportunities that being in the priority programme bring. But we must ensure the population of Medway come on this journey and are not disenfranchised in this process. We must put the residents at the centre of this devolution process, and joining the priority programme will ensure that the residents of Medway aren't left behind and get the greatest benefits available. During any reorganisation, staff of any organisation can become fearful of any change. If the change isn't communicated properly, we must ensure they are told at every step what this change means to them. And I thank the Chief Executive, Richard Hicks, and the Leader of the Council, Vince Maple, for conducting an all-staff call at the earliest opportunity. This shows real leadership from the very start. We must ensure our staff are ready through any training, career development opportunities, so they are equipped to meet the extra opportunities that devolution brings. This can be achieved by working with the trade unions, working together with the leadership team, and of course, us members can ensure our staff are fully invested in this process and will stand up to the challenges and opportunities that devolution can bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mark Prenta. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm worried about this because I think that history may be repeating itself. When Medway Council was formed, the unitary authority, it was practically done to local people. You had the old Rochester Labour Council and the Gillingham Council decide that this is what they wanted against the wishes of residents. And as we all know now, that the things like the city status were cancelled. It wasn't a mistake, it was cancelled on purpose. And a few years after the council was formed, of course, the council bid for city status for Medway. And I hear that Councillor Murray talks about Greater Medway, and I know it's been mentioned at our briefing meetings as well. Why not Greater Swale? You know, if this council is going to merge with Swale, which I think is the direction that's being suggested, why does Medway take prevalence there? And what about the people of Swale? Why don't we ask them if they want to merge with Medway? Why don't we have a referendum on this? I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't remember seeing any of these proposals for devolution and local authorities being chopped and changed in manifestos at the local election. It might have been in the national papers. I'm happy to be corrected on that. But going back to the city status as well, why don't we just actually ask people what they want rather than just imposing this nonsense on them? Let's ask the people. Let's do something remarkable and actually just ask local people, what do they want? And we know that consultations are flawed. Consultations are not referendums. It's just a tick box exercise. We've had loads of consultations on the peninsula. It's a nonsense. It's all set in stone what's going to happen anyway. So let's ask the people. Let's ask the public what they want. Why don't we do something remarkable and do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Spalding.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I join with Councillor Prenta. He's absolutely right that we do need to engage not just with residents but with staff. We have our own parts to play. And yeah, I wholeheartedly support the desire to be included in the first tranche of authorities moving forward. Although, as one of the 3 members that sit alone, I note there's going to be another member working group that doesn't include any of us. And I'm not saying, yeah, we should always have a seat on these, but inclusivity was one of the leaders' bywords. Now, you can do that by making sure that perhaps, yeah, we get the agenda, we get an opportunity to provide input, and I'll invite him to commit to that tonight. As for an overseeing county mayor, I'm not so sure. I'll wait until more detail is forthcoming as to the powers, responsibilities, all that. Of course, it's not stopped people putting names forward. Baron McKinley, Dame Crouch. Apparently, Kelly Tolhurst been suggested. Some bloke called Nigel's turned it down. Although I know Councillor Maple's not ruled himself out of standing. Quite understandable. Perhaps, you know, after the next election, him and many others may be looking for new jobs after those elections. Although on self-indulgence, yeah, Mayor Spalding's got a nice ring to it. Well, you won't have to put that up with me in here again, will you? But as to elections being delayed in Medway or Kent as a whole, no way, absolutely not. The way I see it, if we hold elections, regardless of where, and we've only got another year or 2 years, those people are going to work really, really hard. There'll be no getting away with making promises to get elected and not delivering on, because they'll be out. Dare I say it, imagine what this hall would look like tonight had there been elections in May 2024. 1 year after Councillor Maple and his team over there took control. And I say it, and I'm in the best possible gesture. And you can't go away with saying, we'll do it to save money. Because I'm reminded of Councillor Maple when we were seeking agreement for the funding of neighbourhood plan referendums. And I quote, "You cannot put a price on democracy." On that, me and Councillor Maple, we totally agree. Mr Mayor, once again, I'm obliged. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spalding. Any other member? Councillor Lamas?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly wanted to add a few points. The first is how grateful I am to Councillor Maple and Richard Hicks for their joint leadership on this issue. You know, I've looked at this from a national level, from an Essex level and a Kent level, and it is very true the challenges of civil service resourcing to get your head around these changes is a very real challenge. And I have not seen an explanation of the process and a grasp of it better than that presentation that you guys laid on for us recently. So I'm very grateful for you on that point. Second point is on elections. I think Councillor Maple is absolutely correct that elections should remain in place. You cannot have an extension of a mandate. It just makes no sense. It's not good for democracy. And the third point is that your leadership, your joint leadership, will be essential in assuring that our housing need is met appropriately when it comes to the formulations of these new strategic authorities. The government confirmed only last week the material weight that will be placed on decision making at a strategic level on the existing legal status of local plans. Weighted if you've done Section 18, more so Section 19, and even more so completed. So I think the mission is extremely clear. Go in headstrong, lead the pack with your expertise, and for goodness sakes, get our local plans sorted so that we can go in fighting and do the best to serve the people of Medway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lamas. Any other member? No other member wishes to speak. I'm going to go back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much indeed, and thanks to everybody for their contributions. I'll come to Councillor Pearce first. If you are not a fan of representative democracy and want a referendum on everything, I would recommend Switzerland. They love a referendum. I'm not so keen on them. Certainly the last couple we've had in this country, I was on the losing side of both, so maybe I've got some war wounds from that. But we are elected. We're elected to get on and do stuff. That's why we're here. The residents of Medway have entrusted all of us to represent their views, and that's what we're doing. That's literally what we're doing tonight. Certainly from my perspective, I'm very clear this is an inclusive approach. And yes, I'm very proud that actually we had all 14 council leaders from the Greens, from the Independents, from the Conservatives, from the Lib Dems, and of course from Labour, all co-signing a letter saying this is the right thing for the people of Medway and Kent. That's the right approach. There are other areas in the country, in England, where county leaders are refusing to even let district and borough leaders into the meetings. How immature. That's not an approach that I would ever want to take. People should be in the room as much as possible. On the issue of public consultation, if we are lucky enough to be agreed to be a priority place, there will be a process, and we will be working closely with, again, all councils across our region to make sure that that happens, specifically on the mayoralty and the effective authority that will sit alongside that. There will then, of course, be a detailed process of the local government reorganisation consultation, and people will be able to share views on where they want the maps to be, what they want them to look like. There will be lots of views. We are tasked, if possible, for our region to come up with one map. I do think that will be a challenge, and I say this respectfully to everyone involved. There is a pretty fundamental differential of views on the number of councils. For the avoidance of doubt, nobody is advocating for one single unitary across Kent. Very few are advocating for two, a couple of think tanks who probably need different algorithms. Most people are advocating for 3 or 4. And I think it's going to be difficult to come to a consensus on 3 or 4, because people, understandably, have a fixed view on that because of their reasons and rationale. So we will go through that, but I want to hear all those voices. Of course, people will have those opportunities to come to individual councillors' advice surgeries, to Medway Matters Live. Undoubtedly, we will do some specific events around devolution and local government reorganisation. This is a start of a journey. We should be incredibly proud as a council of the unitary authority approach we've taken. I'm really proud that across the rest of the region, that will be how we do local government. And I'm incredibly proud of whoever is elected ultimately as a mayor. I want them to succeed because it's in our interests, our community's interests, and our region's interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? Thank you, members. Moving on to agenda item 12, the adoption of Hoos and Werburgh and Chattenden Neighbourhood Plan. Councillor Curry, would you like to make a proposal?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Nestrov. I'll just reflect on a few points in this, if I may. This report represents the Hoos and Werburgh and Chattenden Neighbourhood Plan for formal adoption by the Council tonight. The Council held a referendum in the neighbourhood plan, on the neighbourhood plan in the parish on the 7th of November, not just the parish of Hoos and Werburgh, but in Chattenden as well. And there was a majority of people have voted it through. That sounds all very sticky and formal and stuff like that. This is the culmination of an awful lot of hard work by some really dedicated people, not just from the council and the officers involved, and a huge thanks to them for bringing this together, but most importantly from the community in Hoo, from the parish council, the volunteers, and all those who made their comments known through this process. And it's a very exciting outcome. The council, this administration is dedicated to neighbourhood planning. We think it's a hugely important part. We've done one already in the Arches area of Luton, and we've done one at Cliff and Cliff Woods already, and those have been adopted. And it really is about transferring decision-making and an understanding of the planning system to the community. It's a real classic example of co-creation, which we hear a lot about. And this plan for Hoos, Werburgh and Chattenden really reflects both an exciting and a challenging time for that community. Development pressures are huge, we know that. We're dealing with that through the local planning process, but the neighbourhood plan has come first as a result of the hard work, and that will be really taken into consideration in the decision making within the local plan. And the two plans are due to work seamlessly together. And that's a hugely important part. This co-creative community coming together is what local neighbourhood plans are all about. I mean, if you want to sort of feel the impact of not having a proper planning system, look at the decisions we've had to put up with in Medway in the last few years. At Cliff, huge developments happening out there. We've got issues around East Hill, close to my own ward down in Chatham near Luton, where we've had developments go through on appeal by speculative developers, and we have no control. Having a proper planning system at all levels is hugely important. So what I'd like to do is to recommend that members agree at this tonight and we take it forward. Thank you.
Simon?
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that supported?
Supported.
Councillor Stamp, would you like to speak now or reserve the right?
I'll speak now, thank you.
Thank you.
As chairperson of Planning Committee, I am proud to support this neighbourhood plan. As a planning committee, we value neighbourhood plans for decision making as they represent the views of the local community. 92.9% of the people voted for this neighbourhood plan, which shows how important this neighbourhood plan is and how it really does represent the views of the local community. The neighbourhood plan gives the community direct power to develop a shared vision for their neighbourhood and shape the development and growth of their local area. This means that decisions on planning applications will be made using both the local plan, the neighbourhood plan and any other material consideration. I'd also like to say a special thank you to everyone who is involved in putting this neighbourhood plan together for all of the hard work to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stamp. I'm now going to open the floor for debate. Councillor Sands.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As well as my duties as a ward councillor for Who and High Halstow Ward, I am the proud leader of Who and Chattenden Parish Council. And I was a member of this plan team. I'd like to put on record my thanks to those volunteers who spent many long hours, in fact, years, working on this plan. Believe me, these plans do take a very long time, and you need a lot of stamina to see them through. But I'd also like to thank the council officers who were involved in this for their advice and for their help. The new local plan for for Chattenden Parish coming in soon gives the residents of Who and Chattenden a voice that will be heard when the local plan eventually comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sands. Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On behalf of the Conservative Group, we will be supporting this motion this evening. I suppose this is an excellent example of localism really in actually coming to fruition, and I think the principles behind this should drive some of the local government devolution that we're going to be discussing. The Conservative Group would also like to thank everyone who was involved. It seems like this has taken for quite some time. Officers, members and members of the community. And I'm hoping maybe we'll get bigger turnout at the next local elections because this type of exercise should actually spark people's interest in local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and firstly to thank all the volunteers and members of the Parish Council and other volunteers who helped campaign to get this neighbourhood plan over the line. It took several years, people giving up their spare time, and as a proud NIMBY, I do actually want a plan for my area, which might confuse people, but we want a local plan which is fair. We don't want a local plan with an unrealistic 30,000 housing target, which just will reduce and harm the quality of life of everyone, not just on the peninsula, but everyone across the Medway towns who need to use services. But the reality is at the moment, you have to look at this moment in time, our primary schools are oversubscribed. We've just had a doctor's surgery proposed to close today in Higham. Our quality of life today is not as great as it was 10 years ago. This is just a reality, and even those that are moving into the village, into who are moving to a rural community, who want to support that rural community, they see it, they feel it. They can't get the doctor's appointments, they can't get their kids into the primary schools, they can't get on and off the peninsula. And these are real issues and they're just going to get worse. So, plans are good, I support plans, but I am a proud NIMBY. I don't want the quality of life of my residents to deteriorate. That's why people move to a rural community. They want to benefit from what's there at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Murray.
Mayor, I wonder if Councillor Pearce is fettering his discretion on the planning committee by telling everyone he's a proud NIMBY. I'm quite serious.
I'm back. Yeah, I'll come back.
Yep.
Well, to be honest, there's loads of NIMBYs around this chamber, and then the previous council as well. You know, you had loads of members here who were campaigning against development in Capstone Valley. There's loads of NIMBYs here, and we're all proud NIMBYs because we want to protect our communities. So I don't accept the argument and the premise from Councillor Murray that only I'm a NIMBY. We're all NIMBYs here, really.
Any other member wishes to speak? We don't have any other member, so I'm going to go back to the proposer, Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nestrov. And I just would like to put it on record that I'm proud to be Medway. To support the sustainable growth and development to meet diverse local needs, addressing climate change and preserving or enhancing the distinctive character and local facilities of the parish, the village of Werburgh and the hamlet of Chattenden and their rural landscape settings. That's the vision that was put together by the community for their community. And that's really an amazing piece of work in itself. And I think the community should be very proud of having done that piece of work. So I would like to just recommend this for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Is that agreed? That's agreed. Thank you very much, members. Moving on to agenda item 13, review of the Constitution. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you very much. I will do. And just for some technicality here, so I'll move recommendation 1.1, but I won't speak to it at all tonight, apart from saying, obviously, at the start of nearly every meeting you've had as Mayor, Mayor Nestrov, you've had to relax the rules. This will eventually mean we don't have to relax the rules because this will become the rules. But we'll go into that in more detail, and that will be taken at the April meeting, not at the budget meeting. And I think Councillor Murray will second that in a moment, along with the other recommendations. Moving on to the other recommendations, and I'm grateful for the cross-party governance meeting, which is made up of leaders, deputy leaders, and whips of all three groups. We have had a good couple of conversations, both putting out the original ideas, which have now been moved to the April meeting for making substantive within the constitution of this council, but also putting forward some suggested additional trials, which I'll move on to now. So in particular, this is around looking at where the most appropriate meeting is for public questions. And in that, of course, let me say right from the start, we will continue to have public questions because we're moving forward with the suggested rule change in April for council. So those will continue as per the suggested rules. What's being recommended tonight to trial is that a number of questions actually relate to executive functions. So they're not related effectively to the decision-making body, which is this council. They are related to business of cabinet. So we're proposing tonight, and it's got broad agreement, I believe, that we will continue to have public questions at full council, but they will be related to full council matters during the trial. And at the same time, we will have public questions to cabinet as well, and the kind of logistics of that are laid out from paragraph 3.5 around how that may work. Of course, because of the timescales, there'll be a different set of processes. I would remind everybody, including all councillors and indeed all members of the public who take an interest in this, of course the forward plan makes it clear what we're going to be talking about as a cabinet. Sometimes things come along which are urgent, like devolution, and therefore, of course, we will take urgent papers. But on the whole, you can see for a good while ahead, in a way that has always been the case, actually, for this council, what's coming up. So if people got interested in those issues, they will be able to move those questions accordingly in a public, transparent way. We're also looking to approve the inclusion of the new overview and scrutiny task group protocol, putting that directly into the Constitution and also the revised Ward Improvement Fund criteria. And my thanks to colleagues who have worked on, again, on a cross-party basis to bring those recommendations forward. And then finally, we're noting the monitoring officer using his delegated authority to make minor changes to the Constitution as laid out in paragraph 317. I'll leave it at that and happy to take any questions from colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported?
I'll speak now.
Thank you.
I think the thing to say about this particular paper is that it genuinely has come from a cross-party basis. I'm grateful for the early discussions that we had with Councillor Crozer and with Councillor Perfect. We have been united in our intention to get more relatable meetings, to make them as efficient as possible, and to try to avoid coming to a meeting one day and going home the next. And
we're going to fail tonight, I think.
That, I think, needs to be an aspiration for all of us. It's not good for health and well-being, actually. And I'm sure for loyal members of the public who are watching, it's not very good for them either. So I thank everybody that's been in the wider development group. It's really important to get some clarity on ward funds, and that's, so I hope that members will, before the end of the financial year, make sure that they use theirs to the benefit of people that they represent, and then we can go forward in the new year with much clearer guidance. So this is intended to be helpful. There hasn't been any vexatious arguments about it. In fact, all of the contributions have been positive. And I'm very grateful, actually, to everyone in Democratic Services and to the legal officer for helping us with this and making sure that we don't fall foul of any rules, that our Constitution still stands strong, and that you listen very favourably, even if perhaps sometimes inside you might be fed up with our machinations. I'm really grateful for the work that you've done, because it's on top of everything else, and it should stand us in good stead going forward for the new council.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I'm going to open the floor now. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just going to second everything that the Leader and the Deputy Leader said, and I'm very much welcoming the cross-party engagement that we've had on this, indeed also with Councillor Crozer and Councillor Sands at those meetings, and in particular thanks to the Monitoring Officer, Assistant Director Bhupinder Gill, Wayne Hemingway and Terry Reynolds for facilitating those meetings. I think they've been very productive, and I think that these changes will go some way in order to support, as the Deputy Leader has just outlined, some of the intentions around making business more efficient of this Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies to everyone for providing another boring contribution from me, but just a quick point on the Ward Improvement Fund rules, which are very good, what's been outlined here, because originally there was going to be restrictions on what members could spend their money on if they've got a connection to it, and that's a bit difficult sometimes, because if you've got connections to pretty much a number of groups in your ward, that would have restricted what possibly you could transfer money to. So I'm glad it's been changed, and I thank officers for that, particularly monitoring officer who was involved in this. So I'm very grateful, and I'm more than happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Any other member? No? So we're going to go back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, and thanks to colleagues for both their contributions this evening and throughout this process. The Constitution matters, and it's right that we don't just leave it to gather dust or virtual dust if it's online. And absolutely, when we're reviewing processes, I think, say certainly the contribution from Councillor Pearce, just recognising we will always need appropriate safeguards and transparency, but we shouldn't be in a position where councillors cannot support good community projects or projects which have the support of the community. So I'm pleased that we now have an up-to-date process for ward improvement funds. And again, as I said in my moving, thanks to all those councillors and officers from across the council who have worked on this. And of course, we'll debate the physical rule changes as laid out in the first recommendation at the April full council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? That is agreed. Moving on to next agenda item, 14, appointment of Director of Public Health and Assistant Director, Children's Social Care. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you. I'm very happy to move the recommendations as laid out in paragraph 1, which is to support the appointment of Dr. David Whiting as our Director of Public Health and to approve recruitment to the role of Assistant Director for Children's Social Care. Just to give an overview on both of those, colleagues of course will be aware of the tragic reasons why we had to go through the process of recruitment for the Director of Public Health. It is because of statutory conditions a slightly unusual recruitment process. It involves a lot of representatives from different parts of the system. So my thanks to both our council team and our wider partners in going through that process. In David Whiting, I think we have an outstanding Director of Public Health who will do a fantastic job and is already doing a fantastic job for our council. On the issue of the Assistant Director for Children's Social Care, colleagues will be aware that the former Assistant Director, Donna Marriott, went on a secondment. Sadly for us, happily for her, that secondment has become permanent. So we wish her very, very well. And I know the working relationship between Medway and Jersey continues to benefit actually not only our staff, but ultimately some of our most vulnerable young people. The role is currently being filled on an interim basis by Kelly Cogger, who is doing a great job in that role. And because of the nature and the potential salary for that role, it is a requirement of our constitution to get full council approval to start that recruitment process, and therefore I'm moving that tonight. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Murray?
Yes, and I'll speak now. I would like to record my thanks to Dr. David Whiting for the way that he stepped up when we very sadly lost James. He was grieving and bereaved himself, as were all of the team, but they didn't let the terrible loss change their commitment to James's legacy. So I was very pleased that David was appointed. I'm looking forward to working with him, or we're already doing lots of things together, and I know that he had the full support of the team. And similarly, in very different circumstances, I want to thank Kelly Cogger for stepping into the role. It's not an easy thing to do, and we ask staff to do these things very, very quickly, but she's done it with great enthusiasm. And actually, I'm very grateful for the way that she has been working with adult social care, particularly on transition. That's been very helpful. So, you know, we've got great people, we can give them great opportunities, and this report gives us the chance tonight to recognise that and to agree going forward that we're in a good position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Just to second again everything that the Leader and the Deputy Leader are saying. We seem to be doing a lot of that here. And I was very pleased to be as part of the appointment process for the new Director of Public Health. I think Dr. David Whiting brings real skill, enthusiasm, and particularly for research to the post. And I think he will be brilliant in terms of serving the people of Medway moving forward. Also wanted to place on thanks, actually, our thanks to Donna Marriott, because I don't think actually we've discussed that. Since obviously she left for the Government of Jersey, Donna did a transformational job at this council, leading children's services to good. So I think you know, we need to place on record that, and of course our thanks as well to Kelly Cogger, who's been doing a brilliant job as the acting assistant director, and we're looking forward to supporting again through the appointments committee the recruitment process for a new assistant director. So pleased to support the recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Price.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. As lead member for Children's Services, I'm pleased to support recruitment to the role of AD Children's Social Care in the first half of this year. It's already been alluded to that it's been carried out on an acting up basis by like Kelly Cogger, and we had an interim before, Raj Lapakada. The Assistant Director Children's Social Care role is responsible for leading and managing the work of children's social work teams, early help, youth services, youth offending and children's commissioning. It also involves, importantly, oversight of a continuing improvement programme under external inspection. So proceeding with recruitment to this role in the first half of this year is of paramount importance to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Any other member? No? So we're going to go back to the proposer, Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, and I thank colleagues from across the chamber for their support and their warm words, both for David, for Donna and for Kelly. I therefore move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? Agreed unanimously. Moving on to agenda item 15, arrangements for 2025-2026 municipal year, selection of mayor and deputy mayor and schedule of meetings. Councillor Peake, would you like to make a proposal?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report deals with a couple of administrative matters for the forthcoming municipal year. But before I outline what these administrative matters are, I cannot help but taking this opportunity to reflect on a piece of history and to point to a different approach. We, the Labour and Cooperative Group, support the reintroduction of the mayoral point system. In doing so, we recognise that the people of Medway elected a certain number of Conservative councillors, and the point system reflects this. We believe that this is the right thing to do. In our first year, we had the first female mayor from an ethnic background, Councillor Guron, whilst at the same time we had the deputy mayor from an Eastern European background. This year, whilst Councillor Nestorov is our mayor, we have Councillor Hamadisse as deputy mayor. All three represent and reflect the diversity of Medway. We are proud to celebrate the different ethnic and cultural backgrounds of the people of Medway. What a great service they have provided, their sense of presence, and all three have demonstrated their commitment. They have done an excellent job in promoting the image and importance of Medway and in promoting the objectives of Medway Council. However, in a few months' time, the end of 2 years of Labour mayors and deputy mayors will come to an end. I will continue to support and hope that everyone here continues to support whoever the new mayor and deputy mayor is for the municipal year 2025 to 2026. And now for the admin stuff. Firstly, members will recall that full council have previously agreed to reintroduce the mayoral point system, and this report sets out the results of the latest calculations under Council Rule 20, details of which are set out in Appendix 1 to the report. In summary, the Conservative Group will be entitled to nominate a mayor and deputy mayor for the 2025-2026 municipal year, and they will be asked to accept that entitlement at the next council meeting on the 27th of February. In doing so, they will also be asked to announce their nominations for the new mayor and deputy mayor for next year. The report also provides details of the draft schedule of meetings for the 2025-2026 municipal year, whilst the final whilst the final schedule will not be agreed until the annual council meeting in May, it is important that this schedule is brought forward now to provide a degree of certainty to members. Section 5 of the report sets out the steps which have been taken to produce a draft schedule of meetings. Therefore, I would like to propose the recommendations as set out on page 259 of the agenda as follows. The Council is asked to note the entitlement of the Conservative Group to nominate a mayor and deputy mayor for the 2025-2026 municipal year, and the entitlement is accepted or declined at the Council meeting on the 27th of February 2025. The Council is asked to agree a provisional programme of Council and Committee meetings for 2025-2026 as set out in Appendix 2 to the report for recommendation to the annual meeting of the Council on the 14th of May 2025. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. Thank you for your kind words as well. Is that supported? Councillor Kemp?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I will be supporting that. In the interest of brevity, I've got nothing to add to what Councillor Peake has said. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? Any member? Okay, then we go back. Councillor Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just briefly say, I just wanted to note the comments from Councillor Peake in terms of the return of the point system. We too appreciate the return of the point system, and I know that we will treat the mayoralty officers with great enthusiasm. I'm very much looking forward to seeing a Conservative mayor and working with them in place next year, and I'm sure they will work across party with all members of the council. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Going back to the proposer, Councillor Peake. Councillor Peake?
Oh. Sorry?
Just to that, sum up.
Sorry, it's too late for this. Yes, everything above, and can we move these as recommended, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is that agreed? Thank you. That is agreed. Moving on to agenda item 16, Public Space Protection Order, Dog Control. Councillor Patterson, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. Again, in the interests of moving the agenda along, I'll try and be brief, but just to explain exactly what this dog control public space protection order is. In summary, it will define areas where dogs have to be on a lead. It will define other areas where dogs are prohibited from entering whatsoever. It will clarify the rules around fouling, namely that fouling will not be accepted anywhere in Medway, and limits the number of dogs that can be walked by any individual at any one time. It's not entirely a new piece of a new order. It's a clarification of previous rules, a consolidation of a number of different rules and regulations which applied across Medway in particular areas, bylaws, etc. And actually, it's behaviour which is already exhibited by the vast majority of responsible dog owners. It will make no impact whatsoever for those who already behave in a responsible manner, and it will make it absolutely clear the grounds on which others can be challenged if they don't follow those behaviours. In terms of rules around the limits on number of dogs that can be walked at any one time, those aren't figures which we plucked out of the air. They're supported by the RSPCA, by the Dogs Trust, and it's something that I'm also pleased to see has overwhelming support from the general public, not just that aspect, but the provisions set out throughout the report have been supported by the general public and particularly by dog owners in the consultation. So, as I say, it shows that responsible dog owners appreciate there being clarity on the rules, and that's what this PSPO gives. And just finally at this stage, just to point out 4.3 on page 284 of your agenda pack, to highlight the proposal to use district enforcement as part of our arsenal of enforcement of PSPOs of various stripes, and they will assist with active enforcement of this. But I would highlight that I think, as with so many rules which we all follow almost without thinking on a day-to-day basis, I think the majority of the enforcement of this will be self-policed. It will be enforcement by peer pressure. It's the same reason that we don't generally have to put an ANPR camera on every no entry sign, because people tend to follow rules which make sense, which are clear, have a clear purpose. I think that's what these rules do, and I would ask for Council's support on this.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Is that supported? Councillor Brown, would you like to speak now?
Yeah, I'd like to second this, and I'd like to speak now, please.
Thank you.
I'm very glad to see this being kind of consolidated, not alone we want to recognise responsible dog owners, but I want to also highlight the fact that there are a significant number of people throughout Medway who are actually terrified of dogs. And I don't use that word lightly. And therefore, when they meet well-trained and well-handled dogs, it gives them some kind of comfort. Unfortunately, we do have a large proportion of people not wanting to take care of dogs and various other things. We've seen this, Councillor Patterson has mentioned just one of them, going up the wrong way up one-way streets and stuff like that. We've got littering, we've got lots of things. But to have these protection orders in place is a very good thing. So not just for the dog owners who are responsible, but it will send a message to those who aren't. And the other thing, I think it is a really big message to the general population. We actually do care about how you feel, and we do care about how others behave towards you. It's an irrational fear, some people will say, and dog owners will say, oh, he won't touch you, this, that, and the other. That doesn't matter to somebody who's terrified. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. I'm now going to open the floor for debate. Councillor Warrens.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, the Conservative Group will be supporting this item tonight. I just wanted to reflect on when this became in front of ONS. And interesting enough, there were a few confessions about poor dog ownership at that meeting. But I also did make a point, which I was subsequently derided for, that actually it's really important, if we're going to bring in these types of orders, we have the means to enforce them. Otherwise, we're sending a message that the order's there, but we can't enforce it, and people will just ignore it. I think Councillor Patterson's right, actually. Blimey, I'm actually saying that. But that most people do respect other people. They look after their dogs. They keep their dogs under control. But there's an increasing minority in our communities, and I think this is a nationwide problem, it's not a Medway problem, who totally ignore the norms of society. And I think these type of orders can be useful if they're enforced. I think we should note that the council is employing one full-time enforcement officer to look after all the protection orders that we have. And I think we should all reflect on the moving vehicle one, which hasn't been the greatest of success. There's been lots of complaints of people who continue to ignore those orders, and it's our ability to enforce those is a real challenge. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Warrens. Councillor Howcroft-Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this because I'm so pleased that our Councillor Patterson, our portfolio holder for communities, has consulted on this. I live near Broomhill Park and we have some fabulous dog walkers, and I myself am a dog lover. And actually, without dog walkers, professional ones, I couldn't go to work and own Labradors as I have all my life. And they do a splendid job. And, people do follow the rules. Most people follow the rules. And, unfortunately, some don't. And fouling in some places is common. But this public safety protection order will increase the powers and will obviously make sure that the public are safe, and they have been consulted as well, so please support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howcroft-Scott. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this, and I'm happy to see as well, my question's been answered here, that this PSPO does cover parish council sites as well. And also, can I just request that dialogue happens with those parish councils and consultation on the actual signage and where that goes, and can we please have some signage for those parish council sites? But I'm pleased to see that, so it is a blanket cover geographically, because obviously different authorities, they've got their own sites, and for this to cover that, that's beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Mark Prenter.
I welcome this policy as a dog owner and for the majority of dog owners or those that walk dogs as a profession who act responsibly. Sadly, not all dog owners or walkers have the same consideration for public spaces and members of the public who use them as well. Since COVID, I've noticed an increase in dog fouling on our pavements and in our public parks. Limiting dog walkers to being able to walk up to 4 dogs at once will limit the impact on other users of our public spaces. We must appreciate that not everyone is a dog lover and some even fear dogs and find them intimidating. And a large pack may be off-putting for some. Having a clear policy of where you can or cannot have a dog off the lead is helpful, and we must support organisations like Birdwise that help protect migrating birds while they are nesting on the long journey south, where dogs being off leads can greatly impact these migrating birds. These extra powers will hopefully allow dog owners and non-dog owners to enjoy public spaces together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mark Prenter. Councillor Maple.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this, but actually I reflect back. I'll just throw that one in because you don't hear that enough these days. I reflect back on actually a piece of work that myself, Councillor Murray and former Councillor Edwards did. We both in Chatham Central and Rochester East as was, both have cemeteries in our ward. And actually I think this to me shows why this PSPO is absolutely on the money. Because at that time, there were complaints in both of those cemeteries from residents where dogs were off lead. And I think this is where just, rather than having very blanket approaches, thinking about each environment, you know, for some individuals, part of that grieving process, their dog is absolutely part of that. So we should never be saying, don't bring a dog to a cemetery. I don't think that's the right approach. But we need responsibility. That's really important. So in that case, having dogs on leads as a requirement is the right approach. So I want to thank Councillor Patterson and officers, and indeed those members of the public who took part in that consultation. And indeed, I watched on with interest at the overview and scrutiny item on this, and I thought it was a helpful debate. So thank you to colleagues across the chamber on that. And it is right, you know, district enforcement, sometimes I've been a bit disappointed about how they've acted in the past. I want them to step up to this. This is really important, you know, particularly around dog fouling. It is absolutely frustrating, and it's a tiny percentage of irresponsible, rule-breaking dog owners. The vast majority of Medway dog owners follow the rules because they understand, they treat that role with responsibility. So I'm grateful that I'll very happily be voting for this tonight, and I wanted to highlight in particular for those parts of Medway that have a cemetery, that we've got that fair balance between rights and responsibilities. Thank you, Mayor Nesterov.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Any other member? No? So we're going to go back to the original proposer, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Nesterov. Yeah, grateful to colleagues for their contributions on this item. And just to reiterate the protections that this introduces for those individuals who don't want to encounter a dog at all. And I think that is really important to remember, and I think that point has been made very well. And as well as in country parks and cemeteries where dogs must be on a lead, there are also, set out Appendix 3, 101 locations where dogs mustn't be at all, and I think that's really critical. And those areas are multi-sports areas, children's play areas, places where there is absolutely no excuse for dogs to be. I think parents would expect that. I think those taking part in sporting activities in those fields would expect that. And actually, as we've said, I think the majority of responsible dog owners would feel that way too. I think obviously this is one of these issues where we see the different view of our rights and responsibilities as citizens, and the vast majority of us, and certainly I would hope the vast majority of us in this place, don't think about it in terms of what we can get away with, but about what is the right thing to do, even when no one is watching. Maybe that's an element of my Catholic education coming and rearing its head again. But certainly the idea that it's not about pushing these things to the limits. It's about the expectation that actually we do the right thing because it's the right thing. And I would also underline, in an answer to the point raised by Councillor Lawrence, this isn't about it being enforced by the individual. As I say, at 4.3 it sets out how that enforcement will be augmented by the work of district enforcement or contractor. But I would reiterate the point, and it was made quite profoundly by Councillor Campbell at the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, about the impact that peer criticism can have on dog owners. Knowing that she had, as she admitted, had done the wrong thing was enough for her never to do that ever again. That's what I would hope that would be, for me, the measure of success. I don't actually want us to have to issue penalty charge notices on this. I want people to do the right thing. I want people to understand with clarity what their rights and responsibilities are and what our expectations are as a council of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Is that supported? Agreed. Thank you very much. Moving on to next agenda item, 17, report on overview and scrutiny activity. We now have 20 minutes to receive and debate the report of overview and scrutiny. Councillor Tijan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report updates the Council on activities of the 4 committees since the last ordinary full Council meeting, and I will highlight some of the areas of discussion over the last 3 months. This is in addition to the regular attendance of Cabinet portfolio holder at ONS meeting to provide updates and answer questions about their respective portfolios and consideration of quarterly performance and budget monitoring reports by each ONS committee. Reports presented to Business Support ONS, which I chair, included a petition in relation to parking difficulties in Byron Close, Gillingham, which had been referred to the committee for further consideration. A member item in relation to winter fuel payment and an annual progress report on the universal credit welfare reforms. The committee also considered the results of the 2024 Employee Engagement Survey. The Children and Young People ONS Committee considered several annual reports, including the Medway Safeguarding Children Partnership annual report, the Child Friend of Medway annual report, and the annual report on school performance for academic year 2023-2024. Other reports presented to the committee include an update on the OSA's Restore Secure School, an update on children and young people mental health, a report on emotional well-being services across Medway, and a short break sufficiency update. The Health and Adult Social Care ONS look at Medway food strategy and the Adult Social Care direct payments. The committee also received the outcome of the CQC assessment of Medway Adult Social Care Services review, preliminary option to build and operate a care home in Medway, and discuss a member item in relation to winter fuel payments. Other reports considered by the committee included an update on the Medway and Swale Health and Care Partnership Delivery Plan, and an update on the Kent and Medway Integrated Care Board Community Service Transformation. Report received by the Region Culture Environment ONS included annual scrutiny and community safety partnership, housing revenue account, capital and revenue budgets 2025-2026, and the outcome of an inspection of the Medway social housing provision. Other reports considered include an annual review of the highway infrastructure contract, the local cycling walking improvement plan, and infrastructure funding statement. A special meeting of the committee considered a call-in related to school streets program with the committee. They are deciding to accept the cabinet decision and therefore no further action. As always, Mr. Mayor, our overview and scrutiny committees have effectively scrutinized a range of issues, and I move the report as set out in agenda item 17. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tijan. Is that supported? Councillor Howcroft-Scott?
Yes, it was going to be Councillor MacDonald, but I'm going to second, and I'm going to say as read by Councillor Tijan, but I'd like to thank all the work that officers, scrutiny committees do for the welfare of our children and health and regen, and obviously Wayne's team. And I need a kebab. Bye.
I think we all do. I think we all do at this time of the night. Any member? Any member wishes to speak? No? No member? So we're going to go back to Councillor Tijan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll finish quickly. We can all go get some kebab. Moving on to agenda item 18, which is Treasury Management Strategy Mid-Year Review Report for 2024-2025. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nesterov. And I now feel obliged to remind all colleagues that there are a number of Medway restaurants nominated for the British Kebab Awards. Do vote for them. Let's move on to the slightly drier issue at 10 past midnight of the but genuinely very, very important report on Treasury management. I'll move the recommendations as laid out. I'd like to draw colleagues' attention particularly to paragraph 9, and as always, I thank the Audit Committee. It's always a pleasure to tune in for their meetings because they go into the granular detail that, frankly, isn't really appropriate for either full council or indeed cabinet. They have a very good look at this item. You can see there the number of different areas and discussions that happen. So I thank all of them and for the officers who bring this forward. I wanted to highlight in particular the response around paragraph 9.12. That's around EFS. And as we have actually had confirmation relatively recently, confirmation that we will have not a punitive rate of interest. That was threatened by the previous government. The new government has made it clear, rightfully so in my view, that any council seeking emergency financial support, and I refer colleagues to SITFA, which make it clear that the situation we find ourselves in is not down to poor management or poor political leadership, it is down to pressures of too many pressures on particularly some of those high cost areas, but critically important for our residents. So I move the report as laid out, and I say I thank in particular Audit Committee members for the detailed work they do on this on a regular basis.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Brown, would you like to speak now?
Yeah, I'll second it, and I'd speak now. I'd like to, I want to second the report, but I also want to thank some people. Colleagues on our Audit Committee. Audit Committee is one of the important committees which is scrutinising very important documents, but not treating it like a political football, at least most of the time. But the other people that really need some recognition here are the officers that bring these reports to audit, to cabinet and here, and explain anything, and I really mean anything, that any of my colleagues in audit want explained with great detail, great care, and I thank them for this because we can't always understand the technicalities within these reports without the assistance of our officers. All I'd like to say is I commend the report as read, and thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Any member? Councillor Hakwa?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to echo what the Leader and Councillor Brown have said, the Audit Committee do a good job of scrutinising this report every time it comes to the but I would say that as a member of the Audit Committee. But again, the offer, and I'd say echo what Councillor Brown says about the officers do have the information normally at the end of their fingers and know exactly the answers to our questions, and it's conducted very well. So I and the rest of the Conservative group will be approving this report tonight, as the detail work's already been done, and this is just for noting, and we can go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hackwell. Any other member? No? So we're going to go back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you both to Councillor Hackwell and Councillor Brown for their comments and their work on this. The final thing I'd say is this. Across the public sector, not just local government, there has been a national issue with auditors. And that's, I'm sure, something that will continue to get vision and focus as we move forward. Part of the reason I've always had additional confidence, both in opposition and in control of the council, is actually the role that Audit Committee plays. They are fair but robust in the questions that they ask, and officers, as has been said a couple of times tonight, are absolutely fair and robust in the information provided. So I think there will be further conversations on that national issue around auditors, and something which has impacted Medway Council, has impacted Kent Fire and Rescue, which some of us will know as well, and pretty much every other council in the country. So that's why this report in particular is critically important, probably more so than ever before in one sense. So I thank all officers and councillors who have made it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? It is agreed. Moving on to the last agenda item for the evening, use of urgency provisions. Councillor Maple, would you like to make a proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Nestorov. Because of the time, I'll move the recommendations, and if there are any questions or comments, I'm happy to pick those up in my summing up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that supported? Councillor Van Dijk?
I'll just formally second that.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to open the floor for debate. Councillor Perfect?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just be very brief, just to say thanks to officers involved and to the Leader on various things which I've been consulted on within the report, and very happy with the recommendations as laid out previously. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Perfect. Councillor Price.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I am pleased to recommended under this urgency action that Leanne Farrack, as our Director of People and Deputy Chief Executive, approve the addition of a grant to the Council's capital programme, which therefore meant that some of the money that was in that capital programme could be used to enhance what we're trying to achieve. So basically the grant that's coming, plus reusing what was in our original capital programme, will mean that we'll be able to go ahead with the refurbishment of Althaven, expand it from 4 beds to 5 beds, and it'll be like specialist learning disability and autism, in brackets, neurodiversity home. And this will enhance the number of beds within the southeast, because it's a very specialist area that will be able to do that. It will also be able to add to Eden House. There's a cabin at the back that they were hoping to and are planning to refurbish to enhance what's already there. And basically what we're doing is we're increasing the number of southeast beds and bringing children closer to home. And we are renovating an old structure at Althaven to bring it back online and move it and extend it from 4 current bedrooms to 5 bedrooms. And we're going to be reducing our reliance on out-of-area placements. And this refurbishment work needs to commence by March 2025, hence the urgency it had to be taken. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Any other member? No? Going back to Councillor Maple.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Councillor Perfect for his support, both tonight and actually through these processes as well. I want to also thank, in paragraph 4.3.2, the 3 councillors named there for helping us through that process, which was technically an urgent report to the Chief Executive, but important for local democracy on the peninsula. I therefore move.
Thank you, Councillor Maple. Is that agreed? It is agreed. Thank you very much. I now gonna, before I close the meeting, I just want to...
Special announcement.
Final one. I just want to thank our live stream viewers for watching the meeting this evening. And there being no any further business, I declare this meeting closed.
Well done, Mr. Mayor. Well done. Well done.